What happened in the previous chapter was that the revelation that our protagonist Mash wasn't really cut by Doom. Doom then realized that Mash still had some hidden full potential that he hadn't shown yet. He found this to be quite interesting and said that he wanted to be the one to break Mash's limiters. Doom and Innocent Zero sensed that the Divine Visionaries were on their way, so they decided to retreat. Before leaving, Innocent Zero cast a spell that enveloped Mash. The ground turned into dark magma, and if splashed by it, you would slowly disappear until nothing was left of you. Mash tried to move out of his position, but due to his sore muscles, he couldn't move. Just as our protagonist was about to accept his fate with Innocent Zero's magic, he was suddenly rescued by Domina. Domina did this because despite being alone in the world with no one loving him and feeling worthless and even less than that, Mash still reached out to him. That was the first time he felt warmth from someone else. He was glad that they had met before his end. After that, he bid our protagonist goodbye while slowly being consumed by the magma. The next scene, Innocent Zero gathered his children and introduced them as Delisaster, the fourth child, Epidem the third, and Famin the second child. Innocent Zero decided to continue their plan even after Domina's death. Since he now possessed the Wand of Beginnings, he asked his children to help him reach godhood. In the end, they performed the forbidden magic of body construction, and they would do it 1 month from now on the day of the solar eclipse. What's up, Onii-Chan? Welcome back to our manga recap series about Mashle, magic, and muscles, a story that combines elements of Harry Potter and One Punch Man. So let's start the video. In continuing the exciting story of Mash in a world full of magic, let's go back a few days after the final exam. It was explained that the Divine Visionary selection exam was suspended due to the theft of the Wand of Beginnings. However, only a few people knew about the upcoming battle against Innocent Zero. In the next scene, Margaret was shown eating her favorite food, fried shrimp dipped in tartar sauce. It was also shown that Abel was with her, and he commented that the Wakis were rude to them, but they had nothing to show for it. Margaret also commented that she wasn't satisfied. Abyss was also there, and he said that he heard that the two easily took care of the Wakis, but he couldn't help but wonder what would happen next. There was a rumor circulating that Innocent Zero was planning a worldwide attack in a month. That seemed quite a departure from their inner school squabbles. Margaret said that she was looking forward to it. From an objective standpoint, they had front row seats to see the end of the world. That sounded thrilling. The scene shifted to a hallway where Lance was walking. He was thinking to himself that he joined Easton to protect his sister. Not only did he lose his wand, but the competition was also over. He wouldn't be able to protect Anna from Innocent Zero in such a state. Something there needed to change. He needed to become stronger. Suddenly, Dot emerged from behind him, calling him and panting. He asked if Lance was leaving him. In his mind, Lance thought someone was following him, but he decided to ignore it. In the next scene, we go to a hospital. Mash is shown tied to a bed. Our protagonist wondered how he got there. He reminisced about the time when Ryoh took him from the venue of the final selection exam. Ryoh explained that he would take Mash to someone capable of healing his injuries and muscle spasms in the manliest way possible. Mash commented that the person must be quite skilled if they could heal him. Ryoh expressed surprise and explained that the doctor was as manly as Wahlberg and Innocent Zero, so Mash should just focus on healing. We returned to the present and Mash asked what the bindings were for. Ryoh told him to just relax and wait for the healing. Suddenly, something made a noise next to Mash, making him curious. He identified the noise and not long after, a woman holding a chainsaw was revealed. Mash stared at this while Ryoh said it would be quick. Mash claimed that Ryoh had deceived him. Mash explained that he was only there to get treatment for his muscle spasms and it seemed like the woman was holding a chainsaw, to which the woman agreed. He questioned why the woman was carrying a tool for cutting trees. The woman suddenly pointed the chainsaw at Mash, and she smiled. Mash asked if there was a reason why she hadn't killed him yet. The woman explained that it was a magic chainsaw. It was capable of cutting away pain, fatigue, and toxins in his body, but it would be very painful. Mash immediately said he would rather not. The man continued smiling, prompting Mash to ask if he could stop making that face whenever he threatened him and expressed his desire to go home. The woman then called him and let him know that Mash had no say in what was going to happen there. Our hero just resignedly responded, "Well, alright." Our protagonist was brutally chainsawed while the woman explained that it would eventually be over. She also suggested that Mash shouldn't be too fuzzy, to which he agreed. The chainsaw session of Mash continued off-screen, and after that, Mash was shown in awe. He thought that he was going to die at that moment. Our hero was delighted and celebrated that he was free to move. Ryoh then explained that of course he would be saved. That was Mistress Meliadoul. She was even stronger than Wahlberg when they were young. He also recounted that history's greatest magic user and the founder of the Bureau of Magic, Epidem, left behind 3 pupils to maintain the future of the magic world he established. Wahlberg, who stands at the top of their society, his fallen disciple, the Dark Ruler Innocent Zero, and the woman standing in front of him now, Mistress Meliadoul. He asked if it was true that she was stronger than Headmaster Wahlberg. Ryoh should stop overpraising Meliadoul, she said. It was a long time ago. Ryoh said he was just telling the truth. Suddenly, Ryoh noticed some dirt on Meliadoul's shoulder, so he touched it. Meliadoul immediately punched him, causing him to fly off. Meliadoul told Ryoh to be mindful of where he touches when he's with a woman. She also said that he was stupid and stalked him. While bloodied, Ryoh asked if Mash heard that. He advised him not to assume things and to always be aware of his companion's boundaries before acting. Mash said he understood. Meliadoul said Ryoh had told her everything. She explained that in Mash's current state, he would surely lose to Innocent Zero. He would also be no match for his eldest child. He was destined to experience a sorrowful defeat, where he would not be able to protect all he values. Because of this, Mash was shocked and pressured. Meliadoul also explained that the power of darkness was stronger on the day of the eclipse. Innocent Zero would come on that day. Because of this, Mash only had 30 days left before Innocent Zero would attack with his children. After 30 days, at a minimum, Mash needed to be stronger than him. She also explained that by completing his training, Mash could attain unbelievable power. But if he failed, Mash's body would be in a state where he could no longer live normally again. She asked if Mash was willing to gamble himself for such a slim chance of success. Mash asked how small the chance Meliadoul was talking about. Meliadoul said that he had a 0.1% chance, so in other words, Mash would likely fail 999 times out of 1,000. Because of that, our hero thought to himself and said he understood. In Ryo's mind, he said it wasn't an easy choice and it was a huge risk. Meliadoul decided to be frank and said that Mash was still very young. He didn't need to risk his entire life for it. Mash contradicted her, saying he needed to do it. Because of that, Ryoh and Meliadoul were surprised. Mash explained that he had many things he needed to protect, even if it came with danger. Even if his chance of success was 1 in 1,000, he would ensure that the one would be the first time, and he knew he could do it. Meliadoul was pleased with this and said they would start training while he still had 30 days before the final battle begins. His first training would start with a game of Take the Tail. Mash was puzzled and asked whose tail he was supposed to take. Suddenly, someone called him, and when he looked, a small boy in a crocodile costume was shown. He was Meliadoul's top boy, Ochoa, so Mash should give him respect. While continuously punching, he asked if Mash was going to answer him. Mash just looked at him but didn't immediately pay attention to him. Because of this, Ochoa started crying because Mash was ignoring him. While crying, our protagonist reached into his robe. While he pulled his hand out, he had a cream puff and he ate it. Ochoa started crying again because he thought Mash was going to pull out something else. After that, Meliadoul explained that Mash's task was to take all 12 tails from Ochoa. If he could do that, he would pass the first test. Our hero responded with a confident, easy. Meliadoul said Mash had 1 week, and if he failed at that task, she couldn't train him. Mash knew that his opponent was her student. He went there with Ryoh's help, but he wouldn't waste his time on someone who has no potential. Meliadoul said goodbye and mentioned she had a flower arrangement class to attend. She hoped that Mash would try to show her that he was not just all talk when she returned. Mash was puzzled by Meliadoul's flower arrangement activity. In the next scene, Ryoh asked Mash if he was ready, to which Mash agreed. Ryoh started the first training, and Mash immediately ran towards Ochoa. He needed speed for that trial. As soon as he stepped with one foot, he noticed something strange and couldn't move. Ochoa was making fun of him and he realized something. Ryoh told Mash not to underestimate the trial. He explained that the gravity in that room increased exponentially every 10 minutes. The longer it took him to beat it, the worse his odds of winning would become. Mash had to fight the pressure and get the 12 tails. Mash shouted out that the test had become harder. As Mash tried to move bit by bit, Ochoa just made fun of him. Ochoa explained that he was protected from the effects of gravity due to his magic. Mash accused him of cheating. Mash continued to try and move with all his might, but in the end, he just knelt down. It was all pointless and he couldn't get even a single tail. Ochoa teased him again, asking what his problem was, so Mash said he wasn't helping. Ochoa teased him further and said his motto was bow down to the strong and show off to the weak. Mash commented that was weird. After that, Mash decided to remove his bracelets again, and as soon as they hit the floor, he immediately appeared behind Ochoa, surprising him. Mash thought that might help, while Ryoh just stared at him. When he tried to reach for Ochoa, Ochoa easily dodged him again, surprising Mash. Mash just laid down and admitted he didn't even get one. Ochoa explained that his magic allows him to push the capabilities of his body to the max. Mash wouldn't win against a one-trick pony. After that, Ochoa teased Mash again. Ryoh also asked Mash if he was really that weak. Because of that, Mash regained his courage. He tried again to get the tail, but despite his efforts, he didn't even get one again. As all of this was happening, time passed, making the situation even harder. And while all of this is still happening, Ochoa continued to tease Mash. Ryoh explained that at this rate, Mash would lose everything important to him. Didn't he realize that he was always holding back? He should think about what caused him to be like that. Because of this, Mash reminisced about the day he decided to hold back. At their house, he was with Ryoh, who had a sore neck. He asked Ryoh if he wanted a massage, to which Ryoh agreed. Mash held Ryo's shoulder and when he applied pressure, it seemed he overdid it. Ryoh winced in pain and told Mash that he was crushing his shoulder and asked him to hold on for a moment. Mash apologized and said he couldn't hear what Ryoh was saying because of the sudden noise in the place. Ryoh continued to wince in pain as he explained that the noise came from Mash grinding his shoulder. Ryoh rolled on the floor because of the pain from his broken bone. Mash stared at him and felt depressed, so he apologized. Ryoh shouted that he needed to overcome the past and protect his friends and family. Mash was slowly realizing what Ryoh and Ryoh were saying. After the incident, Ryoh told him it was okay and not to be sad. If properly guided, extraordinary strength also has the power to save people. Mash shouldn't be afraid of his power, but he should never give massages again. Something seemed to awaken in our protagonist, and it was visible in his eyes. Even Ryoh was surprised at the strange thing Mash had done. Meliadoul was then shown heading towards where Mash was, thinking about what she had done. Upon her arrival, she asked Ryoh if Mash managed to get at least one tail. Ryoh explained that he had done better than she thought. Meliadoul widened her eyes at what she saw. It was revealed that Mash had gotten all of Ochoa's tails. Meliadoul was amazed that Mash was able to do that in less than a day, even with the heavy gravity there. She smiled and said she was beginning to see why. Ryoh was right to bring Mash to her. She thought that Mash was a real diamond in the rough, while our protagonist was thrilled. They should then proceed to the second stage. We move on to the second stage of Meliadoul's training. Meliadoul wants to put Mash into a terrifying tomb. Because of this, our protagonist asked why. Meliadoul explained that there is healing magic inside that can remove his pain and fatigue. Mash stared and said that he doesn't seem to want to do that. Meliadoul, however, told him to go in. Mash was taken aback by this. Meliadoul repeated that she told him to go in, calling him an idiot. When Mash still didn't go in, Meliadoul suddenly swung her chainsaw at him. Just as the chainsaw was about to hit, Mash quickly decided to enter. She said it was safe and promised that it would relieve Mash's fatigue from training, but she also mentioned that it would be extremely painful. Meliadoul then quickly closed the tomb and whatever torturous device began. Ochoa explained that Meliadoul's magic works on a cellular level. Do you need healing? A physical boost? Meliadoul's strengthening magic is the best in the world at unlocking your full power. So now that Meliadoul has taken Mash, he will be performing at his top level in no time. He also teased Mash and asked if he heard all of that or was he too writhing in pain to listen. Because of that, Mash hurt him from inside the tomb. In the next scene, they went to a place. Mash was curious if it was a dungeon, while Ochoa was crying because he didn't want to be there. Meliadoul explained that this was Mash's second trial. She introduced an armored knight. Mash stared at it, while Ochoa was terrified. The armor prepared to attack and immediately launched attacks at Mash. Mash bragged and said that this was not a trial, while he deflected arrows. Just as one was about to hit his face, he quickly cut it off. However, he didn't expect to be hit. When it hit, it was revealed that an invisible arrow had hit him. The armor formed again to attack. Meliadoul then commented that if he was shocked like that, he probably wouldn't last long in the fight. Mash stared at her. Meliadoul explained that using her magic, she input Mash's cellular data into that armored knight. It was supposedly designed specifically to be above his level. In Mash's current state, she said he wouldn't possibly win against it, and he wouldn't just be facing one of them. That was only training level 1. And there are 99 more to keep him busy up to level 100. In another place, they showed what Lance and Dot were up to. Wahlberg reportedly arranged a special mentor for them because of their display of power growth during the exam. They saw the room Wahlberg was referring to, but they wondered if their mentor was already there. When they opened it, they saw Orter playing darts with a picture of Mash on the dartboard. Orter turned to look at them, and Dot seemed scared while Lance just stared. In the next scene, they also showed what was happening with Finn. He was in room 302, crying. He was sobbing because the end of the world was near. He said he was too young to die. As he was crying, a picture suddenly fell towards him. When he picked it up, he saw a picture of his friends. Finn's tears stopped and he started thinking. He stood up on his bed and ran immediately. He saw to himself that he needed to do something for Mash and the others. He ran towards Wahlberg's office and stared at it. He looked at it for a long time and in the end, he teared up and thought that he couldn't push himself to enter. Suddenly someone asked him what he was doing. It turned out to be Caldo. He asked him if he was Rayne's brother, to which he agreed. In the next scene, Mash was shown fighting with the armored knight. In Ryoh's mind, he said that the directors had equal power to Innocent Zero's forces, so they needed the strength of people with potential like Mash. They were relying on our hero. In the next scene, several giants and 2 people on a cliff were shown. It turned out to be Epidem and Selwar. Epidem pointed out that they should look at the eyes of those giants. He explained that Innocent Zero's magic had turned them into an army of evil. He said that the view was beautiful. Epidem stated that the giants, halflings, and the Magin and the worst criminals of humanity were under their command. In Selwar's mind, he was impressed and wondered how they gathered such might. Epidem explained that their enemy would get the impression that they were almost equal in strength, but that army was enough to crush them. Innocent Zero said that in the coming time, his long-standing wish would be fulfilled. His army of the strongest creatures was shown. He said he couldn't wait anymore. In the next scene, we return to Dot and Lance. Orter and the two stared at each other, and Dot realized that Orter was the man who bullied Mash, and not just that, it was obvious that he was irritated with them. Orter and Lance kept staring at each other while Dot remained silent. Dot was shocked by the tension in the place. The two were too prideful and it was painful to watch. When the two finally spoke, they both said, "You," at the same time. And after that, they just stared at each other again and the place became quiet again. Dot could no longer hold back his frustration and thought that the two had tried to break the ice, but they only made it more awkward by speaking simultaneously. Because of this, they would just give up. It was too frustrating. Someone needed to fix it, and it looked like it was going to be him. He said he would handle it, right? After that, Dot suddenly shouted, saying that they were jinxing each other and insisting that they were serious about it and not just playing. After that, Orter finally spoke and explained what Wahlberg had informed him about them. Dot couldn't believe that his idea had worked. Orter said that the first thing they would need to do is to feel the agony of death. He quickly cast his magic to surround Dot. Because of this, Dot sobbed, realizing that it didn't work at all. In the next scene, they ended up in a strange place. Dot was puzzled and stared. They asked where they were. Orter explained that the two of them would stay there for a week. They would get 3 200ml bottles of water for sustenance. He said they would break as soon as they were touched even a little, and even putting them aside was too much. Meaning they needed to use their magic to keep them safely floating. When Orter threw them at Dot, he was shocked. He realized they needed to stay awake to protect them, otherwise they would run out of water and die. Orter immediately attacked and one of Dot's bottles broke. It flew between him and Lance, so Lance was confused. Orter said they not only had to keep them safe, but also had to protect them from him. Dot was annoyed and thought Orter was so mean because right after explaining that, he did what he did. Anyways, he said he would not stoop to begging Orter for lessons. But damn, he was not as skilled as the sister complex, so he was sure he would be the first to run out of water. As he was thinking that it would be easier if they worked together, Lance suddenly spoke and called him. Dot should have already known to make sure he doesn't involve him in his stupidity. Because of that, Dot was speechless and realized his plan wouldn't work. While this was happening, we moved to Mash training. He was still fighting the armored knights, and it turned out he had already defeated 10. Meliadoul and Ryoh were watching him, and Meliadoul thought that she couldn't believe Mash had defeated 10 in just 4 days. If he was a normal person, it would take him a month. Mash's speed was astonishing. After that, she said they should rest there, and Mash could take any kind of break he wanted. Ryoh approached him and asked if he was still okay, and if he was still manly, to which Mash said maybe. If so, he said, as a reward for his hard work, he had bought something for him. He pulled out a picture of himself with his autograph on it. Because of that, Mash was shocked and asked who would want that. When Ryoh added that he had brought cream puffs, Mash's expression immediately changed. While this was happening, Ochoa was just staring at them. Ryoh noticed this and asked if he wanted to join them. Ochoa immediately jumped over to them and snatched the cream puffs. When Mash lifted Ryoh, a picture fell out of his pocket. He picked it up, and when he looked at it, Ryoh explained that they were Mrs. Ryoh and Ryoh Jr., his wife and child. Mash couldn't immediately believe it. Ochoa suddenly asked if they seriously had families, and if they were really there to win. For him, it seemed like they had nothing to bring to the table. Meliadoul told him that Innocent Zero had become too strong, and the gap between them was too large to fight him. Ryoh agreed and said that was true. Currently, he stood at the top of that world, and like him, every person there had people who were important to them. So, because of that, it was his duty to protect each one of them. So even if they were impossibly outmatched, he would not allow himself to lose. After that, Mash seconded it. Then he bragged that they wouldn't lose if he was there, to which Mash again agreed. Mash then asked Ochoa why he started training under Meliadoul. Ochoa explained that he wanted to become famous as one of Meliadoul's students so he could fill his bank through consultations, books, deals, and seminars. Meliadoul explained that Ochoa had good instincts but a terrible personality. Ochoa said that if there's anything you want in this life, you have to go get it, and that includes cold, hard cash. They shouldn't judge him just because they aren't thinking ahead. Mash and Ryoh agreed that it seemed valid. Mash then explained that for him, it would be sad if they couldn't gather to eat snacks like that anymore. At least, that's what he thought. Because of that, Ochoa was left speechless. After that, Mash went back to training. Another armored knight rushed in and clashed with our protagonist. The two rained attacks at each other. While watching, Ochoa wondered what was driving Mash to do all of this. He said it's something a child shouldn't challenge Innocent Zero. He couldn't understand that level of stupidity. Ryoh then informed Ochoa that Mash was an orphan. He was full of gratitude for the man who raised him and for his friends. He sensed that when they met. He believed that Mash's lack of magic caused him to be more appreciative of the kindness shown by others, and how rare and valuable that was. Ochoa contemplated this while watching Mash. He thought back to what Mash said earlier and realized something. In the end, Ochoa stated that it was a simple dream. There are only 28 days left before the enemy's onslaught. We return to Lance and Dot's training under Orter. Dot was on the verge of tears, thinking that only 3 days had passed and it was already like this. The challenge was to protect 3 water bottles for a week, and he had 1 broken right from the start. And now he only has 1 left. But there's Lance. He still has plenty of water left and he's drinking it in front of him. Dot was tempted as Lance drank. After drinking, Lance immediately looked away from Dot, which annoyed him, and he remarked that Lance had a bad attitude. Suddenly, a projectile of sand came towards his face. Orter bombarded him with attacks which surprised him. In his mind, it was tight and he still needed to watch both the sand and his bottle at the same time. Orter commented that whether it was Wahlberg's request or not, Dot and Lance were too weak to be anything other than a burden. Because of this, Dot was intimidated. Their existence was apparently meaningless, and it would be better if they just died. Dot was shocked and said, "Say what?" Orter explained that he was speaking objectively about their worth. It wasn't personal. He added that the same logic applies. Allowing him to exist would bring a bigger disadvantage in the future. They needed to prune some wilted buds to maintain the order of the world. That's how the Order operates. So that's the reason why he cuts off headaches like them for the greater good. If they didn't like that rule, they should become stronger. However, they lacked the power to do that. Orter continued his attack while explaining that's the reason why whatever they say is worthless. As Dot was being bombarded by Orter's attacks, he thought everything Orter said was true. He admitted he was weak. His strength wasn't enough to say Orter was wrong. However, there was something he wanted to say. He didn't care if he would die there. He would never be a burden to anyone. And he was going to make Orter realize that he was wrong to doubt him. Because he had guts. He immediately released a lot of magic in the area while he was angry. Orter just stared at that. In Dot's mind, it was easy to say those words, but it was still hard to block all of Orter's spears. Lance then came to the rescue and shattered Orter's attack. He said that he agreed with Dot. He would never be a burden to others, and he was ready to risk his life for his brother. There was a chemistry between our 2 comrades, and they were able to stop Orter's attacks. While watching the two, Orter noticed that they were dividing their defense to keep their remaining water safe. Orter remembered a man who seemed to have the same attitude as those two. He used to say that when it came to passion, he could never be defeated. He would do everything he could for the world and its inhabitants. After that, he just said, He stopped attacking and said they still had 4 more days and they were going to the next step. Because of that, Dot and Lance were puzzled. The next scene, we went to Finn, who was in a kitchen, cutting something. In his mind, he said he asked Caldo what he could do to help others, but he was just made to cut fish for 3 days. He realized that this was training for food service. After he finished cutting, he gave it to Caldo. Caldo then commented that Finn's technique was improving. Suddenly, Caldo poured honey on the sashimi, which disgusted Finn. After Caldo tasted it, he exclaimed,
Yum 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 yum! Delicioso!
Finn was left dumbfounded. After that, Caldo said they were moving on to the next stage. Finn was confused and thought to himself, isn't he supposed to be studying magic? In the next scene, our protagonist was shown with a smoking fist. It turned out he had just defeated a giant armored knight. It was also shown that our protagonist was full of bruises. In Meliadoul's mind, she said that she was continually amazed by Mash's speed. He managed to do something that would take other people a year, but it only took him 10 days. Perhaps Mash could perform techniques that even she couldn't learn. Meliadoul told Mash that he had fought enough armored knights and they would move on to the third stage. Mash would now be training with Meliadoul personally. Our protagonist then asked when Meliadoul had changed her clothes. After that, our comrades continued their training for the impending battle, and their confrontation was gradually approaching. In Meliadoul's mind, she said there were only 3 days left until the eclipse. She believed they could reach their goal. Elsewhere, Innocent Zero's army of evil began to mobilize. He said that they were preparing Mash for the eclipse, but they didn't know their plan. It was a mistake that would cost them their lives. They were shown approaching the city while Mash was still training. The scene then shifted to the struggling Dot and Lance. A chaotic place was shown. Soon, our comrades collapsed from fatigue from the training. Orter approached them, which made Dot turn around. Orter told them to improve at least a little. In Dot's mind, he said he didn't expect to last a month under Orter. He didn't want to admit it, but their training really yielded results. Dot stood up and commented that Orter's display was okay, and he called him Buddy. Because of that, Orter punched him in the stomach with sand. Orter said that when they finished there, he would kill both of them, and Dot should not call him Buddy. Then Dot said,
Oh man!
Orter suddenly brought out some food. Dot was surprised, and Orter explained that it was a parting gift, and they should eat it to recover their strength. While Dot was chewing, Lance was just staring. Lance suddenly asked what was driving Orter's hatred towards non-magic users. Orter replied that it was the rule and he couldn't simply let it be. So did that mean for him the establishment of a society is a thoroughly thoughtful process with no room for personal emotion? Dot then commented that Orter didn't seem so bad after all, and he was sure they could get along if they bonded over food. He invited Orter to join them for a meal, and when he turned around, Orter seemed to remember a man in a similar situation. After that, Orter simply said he already ate. They thanked him profusely for the food nonetheless. Lance also said he should accept his gratitude. Although he didn't agree with his perspective, Orter was still a great help to them. As he walked away, Orter told them to do whatever they wanted. In the next scene, Finn was shown focusing intently on casting magic on a rabbit. Soon he managed to save it, and it opened its eyes. Because of this, he was amazed at what he had done. Caldo arrived and said he didn't expect Finn to reach that level in just a month. He also commented that Finn had talent. Finn was left staring. Caldo explained that his personal magic ability, which can swap things, is perfectly suited for healing magic. While staring, Finn thought Caldo seemed to be complimenting him, but he couldn't process anything beyond how much syrup he was putting in his coffee.
Yum 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 yum!
Caldo said there's nothing better than freshly ground coffee. Finn was shocked and realized Caldo had been referring to coffee all along. He then asked him if he was ready to move on to the last step, to which he agreed. In Caldo's thoughts, he said Finn's power was as special as Rayne's. If he continued like this, Finn could become a valuable asset to them. Suddenly, Rayne entered and wanted to say something about the head of the bureau, but when he noticed Finn, they locked eyes. Rayne asked what Finn was doing there. There was a brief silence, and Finn explained that he just wanted to be useful to others. Rayne seemed to be stalking him and said, "Him? Be useful?" If that was a joke, it was a really bad one. Rayne asked Finn to leave and said that place was not for him. In the next scene, we moved on to our protagonist's practice. The scattered rocks around him were shown. When the smoke cleared, a giant hole in front of our protagonist was also shown. Damn, it's huge! Meliadoul thought it was hard to believe that only a month had passed, and Mash had already surpassed her expectations. While she was looking at him, Mash suddenly drooled, leaving Meliadoul puzzled. Soon, Mash collapsed on the floor. Meliadoul and Ochoa immediately ran to him. Meliadoul held him and told him he needed to get up. She also slapped him to wake him up. She even punched him really hard to wake him up. In the end, our protagonist's head just bled after receiving those blows. Upon closer inspection, Meliadoul noticed that Mash's injuries were severe. He was probably more tired than she thought. Even if she used her super special magic, it would still take 2 days to heal Mash. So she also realized that now was the worst time for their enemies to attack. Suddenly, the scene shifted to people running. They were asking for help. It appears that the enemies have invaded the city and the forces of darkness have already charged in. Meanwhile, at the Bureau of Magic, a report came in that Innocent Zero was attacking the town. The vice director couldn't believe it because the eclipse was still 2 days away, so they shouldn't have been able to attack that early. Bless immediately ordered Onii-Chan to contact the Divine Visionaries. The scene then shifted to Innocent Zero's base, and he said it had begun. So now he was also preparing. He said that world exists for him, so it will serve to keep him alive. We return to the onslaught of Innocent Zero's minions on the town. There was a woman who stumbled while running out of fear. A monster was about to attack her, so she screamed for help. Suddenly, something attacked the monster, and they said to leave it to them. The magic police arrived to stop the monsters. They tried to gang up on a giant, but with one swing of its weapon, it resulted in their near annihilation. The giant who was responsible for this explained that they are the chief of the giant race, Delisaster. They've long suffered poverty at the hands of humans, but not anymore. Now they will be the ones ruling over them. And once the war is over, they themselves will kill Innocent Zero. Delisaster yelled and commanded his minions while instructing them to show who really deserves to rule that world. On the side of a building, he addressed us. You remember him, right? He's Silva. He's the one with the eyebrow piercing who bullied Mash but ended up getting beaten up because of it. He explained that he only came to town to steal lunch money, things like that. But then that happened. As Dorj was destroying houses, he commented that the houses did nothing wrong to deserve that. That was scary. Even the magic police were turned into a magic paste by that giant, so he really didn't stand a chance. The best thing he could do to survive was to run as fast as he could. Suddenly, he saw a child crying while looking for his mommy. He was surprised and wondered what he should do, save the child or let them die. He decided to just leave because he said he's a piece of trash anyway. Then the child approached him and asked for his help. Silva was taken aback and dismayed when the child approached. While he was trying to get the child away, Dorj spotted them. Silva just cried, thinking that the child had led the giant to him. Dorj immediately attacked, so he thought he was done for. As the fist was approaching him, he wondered what he could do. It was karma after all. Suddenly, he remembered Mash and wondered why he was seeing him even though he also bullied him. Then Mash said in his mind to stay strong. Because of that, he was revitalized and shouted for Mash to be quiet because he didn't need his opinion. He swiftly dodged Dorj's attack with the child. After that, something hit Dorj's hand that made him falter. Then Silva turned around. It turns out that it was the doing of one of our Divine Visionaries. They said that whenever someone is in danger and asks for help, there's always someone who will come. And that person is him, Ryoh Grantz. Dorj was puzzled then. Ryoh explained that the whole world knows his name, but beyond the entire world, he is universally recognized as the greatest creation in all of humankind. He radiated an extraordinary light throughout the place, the divine visionary Ryoh Grantz. Suddenly, Ryoh's fans appeared there and cheered for him. Silva was wondering where those people came from. Torch pointed out to Ryoh that it didn't matter, and did he really think he could defeat them with their numbers while protecting the people there? Ryoh smirked and said that a star is always surrounded. He suddenly dropped some sunglasses. Torch was puzzled and Ryoh said they needed them because he shines so brightly that he's blinding. Dorj and his companions got annoyed and immediately rushed in. Ryoh easily dodged his attack. When Ryoh swung his hand, it immediately slashed across Dorj's face. While the other giants continued to charge at Ryoh, he swung his wand again. This resulted in the bodies of the giants seeming to come apart. Ryoh continued doing this, so the bodies of the giants were gradually cut into pieces. Ryoh seemed to be just playing with the giants that attacked the town. In the end, parts of the giants rained down on the area while Ryoh just enjoyed it. Silva was amazed because Ryoh defeated them so easily. Ryoh said that there could be no better ending than his death. Innocent Zero was shown smiling after that. In the next scene, a meter was shown. Meliadoul was also shown holding a wind-up key attached to Mash. She explained that it was the wind-up key of life. She needs to wind it for the full 24 hours that Mash needs to recover. It was crucial for Mash to recover by the time of the eclipse. Otherwise, it would appear to everyone that she killed Mash. The scene then shifted to the city. Sofina Biblia, with the knowledge cane, was fighting a monster. The monster told her not to be annoying so it could kill her. Sofina told the monster to hold its vulgar tongue or it would regret its words. Demi, the head of the gargoyles, dared to threaten Sofina. She thought it would be a good idea to remove Sofina's limbs and turn her into a shish kebab. Sofina explained while using her book that words are the way in which we give meaning to our actions. They can be healing words or damaging words. Sofina suddenly twisted Demi's words and made him cut off his own limbs to make a shish kebab of himself. Because of that, Demi was puzzled and what he said immediately happened. He was cutting off his own hand while wondering why he was doing that. It continued to happen and Sofina explained that he should be careful with his words. In the end, Demi made a shish kebab of himself and Sofina said not to say she didn't warn him. Elsewhere, the Ice Cane. Turara Hailstone is confronting the centaurs. One of the centaurs introduced himself as their chief, Palto Torte. It seemed he would challenge the Ice Visionary. She was a fitting opponent for him. He suddenly froze after he said that. It turns out that with one step from Turara, she was able to freeze all the centaurs and even the entire surroundings were affected. Turara was chilled by her own magic. She wondered why it had to be so cold. She wished she had something hot like fire magic. When she tried to walk, she slipped and hit her head on the ground. Her head was bleeding, then while she was laying down, she cried and said how much she hated her magic. In the next scene, a monster was wiping a large statue. It commented that humans were pushovers. Was there no one among them who was strong enough to challenge him? The chief of the orcs? Suddenly, someone arrived so they looked around. It turns out that it was the Dragon Cane Agito Tyrone, and he was saying that the forgiving gods should forgive them. The chief then wondered who he was. Agito continued praying and said that since they can't live without taking the lives of other creatures, life is, in the end, a naturally selfish act. The orc chief was still puzzled. Agito kept going and said that they should continue their selfish path and save them from the dirty life they have to live. The chief was annoyed and asked what Agito was talking about. Immediately, a giant dragon appeared behind him and swallowed them all. While that was happening, Agito was just continuously praying. He commented that he had sinned again that day. That was already the 9,978th time that he had sinned. He was praying that tomorrow would be better than today. While that was happening at Innocent Zero's base, Doom was shown facing one of the divine visionaries, Renatsu Revel, the Immortal Cane. He said that he had a feeling that he would be smarter if he just went there right away. And he was right. He was pleased with that and said he really liked the perks of his job. Doom was just staring at him. No one would get angry if the person you killed was a bad person. He charged and said that since the others weren't there yet, he would get Doom all to himself.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Doom immediately moved his sword Cattlebog. When he slammed it, the floor there vanished, so Revel was surprised by its weight. While Revel was charging, Doom made a move. As soon as Revel got close, Doom swung his sword with extraordinary speed. It resulted in a slash across Revel's face and his entire body in a blink of an eye. Doom faced his sword towards him and wiped it. He commented that he didn't know what Revel expected from him, but for him, the incident seemed worthless. When Doom looked behind him, a large hand suddenly came out and tried to swipe him away. Nevertheless, he instantly slashed it. Doom turned to look at Revel's lips, and when he looked at it closely, Revel's eyes suddenly opened. Revel's slashed body slowly started to piece together. While that was happening, Doom was just watching. Revel took his head and put it back in place. While regenerating, he said that such things give value to his life. Doom then realized that Revel is an immortal. While that was happening, let's move to Meliadoul, who is still trying to wind up the wind-up stuck in MASH. She was screaming and said she told MASH that he could die from that training, but if he really dies, it would still be her fault. She wants everyone to know that she warned MASH. She was extremely frustrated while continuously trying to raise MASH's life meter. Let's shift our attention to the base of Innocent Zero. Safina arrives there and makes a comment. Is that their citadel? She thought it was rather vulgar. As she was walking, something suddenly caught her eye. Suddenly, a gigantic sword fell on her, and it turns out Delisaster was responsible for it. She was surprised, wondering if the battle had ended already. However, she quickly realized her mistake, and it turns out Safina easily stopped his attack. Safina swears that nothing is harder than the spine of a book. Delisaster scowled at that and said that Safina was funny. In another place, Turara was also shown wandering around the base of Innocent Zero. While walking, she ran into Epidem. He was kneeling down, staring at his spilled dessert. Turara just stared at him as well. Suddenly, Epidem spoke and seemed to have composed a poem. He said, "On top of my dessert plate, dressed in all the caramel I please, I lost my poor pudding when somebody sneezed. It slid off the table, it slid out the door. So if you eat dessert dressed in all the caramel you please, hold on to your pudding and don't ever sneeze." What a nutcase. Because of that, both Turara and I were shocked. She commented then that Epidem was creepy. In another place again, Famin was shown playing with cards. Agito appeared before him. He commented that it seemed like destiny. Peace, he says, calls for war. A true contradiction. Famin just continued performing tricks with his cards. While Agito was continuously speaking, the cards in Famin's hand suddenly disappeared. Agito was surprised at that, and it turns out that Famin used the cards to attack. Agito received a myriad of wounds due to the many cards that flew towards him. Agito seemed to have lost his mind and said that experiencing suffering is the true essence of life. He stated that they need to accept the wounds and hardships and turn them into joy. Life, he said, is about being a masochist, and he was more grateful for that encounter. Famin, on the other hand, commented that he liked Agito's collar. In the next scene, the battle between Revel and Doom continued. Doom sliced Revel again, severing his shoulder. Doom said that Revel's suffering was pointless, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't beat him. Revel responded with an "oh yeah?" and countered. However, he was easily stopped by Doom again. Doom cut off his head, causing it to fly. Doom admired Revel's persistence in overcoming him through regeneration. He could have gone further if Doom wasn't the one he was facing. As his head flew, Revel spat out blood. Doom blocked it with his sword. Revel shouted out and said that he had faced opponents like Doom before, and he had defeated all of them. He managed to hit Doom in the face with his body. As he reattached his head, he warned Doom not to be arrogant as if he was the king there. Chains emerged from Doom's wounds as Revel prepared. Revel summoned Thanatos, the god of death, and his wand transformed into a scythe. He also immediately used his third's magic, Undead Thirds, Thanatos' Inclination, and the bound monster appeared. Revel explained that Doom's blood had made a pact with death. Doom just stared at him. While this was happening, Meliadoul was shown gasping for air. In her mind, she was saying that she had been turning that key for 10 hours and was too tired to move. Only half of the meter was filled. In her mind, she thought she wouldn't make it. She wouldn't make it in time, if only there was someone who could give energy. Just as she thought about it, Ochoa called her. Ochoa brought her freshly baked cannules. Meliadoul was touched and thought Ochoa was great because she loved those. Even though he was a coward, a cheat, a weakling, and a rat fink, she was amazed at those moments. Ochoa threw them at her, and in her mind, she thanked him a lot. However, when Ochoa threw it, it went into her eyes, and because of the heat, she screamed. In the next scene, it was explained that a long time ago, when magic was still new to the world was divided into many small countries. Every day there was conflict between these countries, but suddenly, a few magic users arrived who possessed enough strength to turn the tide of battle. They were the double-line magic users. They were capable of fighting hundreds of single-line users alone. However, their arrival only worsened the situation. All the countries started to hoard them, until one day, they met their match, a person who surpassed them all and united them within the magic realm. That man was Adam Jobs, the first divine visionary. Even alone, he could defeat the power of the entire country. Those who compared him to having power that awakened the power of the gods were recognized as divine visionaries. They were the symbol of absolute power in the world. No one could match the power of those. In the next scene, we return to the battle between Delisaster and Sofina. Delisaster teases Sofina while holding her by her mouth. In another place, it was also shown that Epidem had already defeated Turara. The surroundings were destroyed and blood was scattered there. Famin was also shown to have crushed Agito. It was also shown that Doom easily defeated Revel's third's magic. Revel was gasping for breath with his jaw shattered. In his mind, he was thinking about Doom's strength. His regeneration couldn't keep up. He said his thirds couldn't be dodged, but Doom still easily defeated it. He didn't think that was true. He charged again and said he wasn't finished yet. Doom commented that Revel had courage, but he also had a sizable flaw. Revel turned his face and said he was lacking in power. As Renatsu Revel's consciousness was fading, he thought of the immortal Cain and realized it was the first time he had encountered such a being. A creature with a power that could surpass a god. In the next scene, we return to the city and the people there saw Innocent Zero's flying base. They were puzzled and when they looked closer, they saw that the divine visionaries were nailed to a cross. Sofina, Agito, Turara, and Renatsu. They panicked there and couldn't believe that even the divine visionaries could not defeat them. Suddenly, Innocent Zero appeared in a mirror and introduced himself to the people. He said that in the near future, he would be the ruler of that world, and his first course of action would be to wipe out humanity. Because of that, everyone was terrified. He said he would be the perfect being. He claimed that killing them would ensure no one would threaten his superiority. But if they wanted to live, he had an offer. They must capture Mash. He explained that Mash was in Meliadoul's clinic. He told them that that was his last act of benevolence. They must all fight for their last chance to live. They have until the day of the eclipse. And if they didn't get Mash in that day, they would all experience pain beyond their wildest imaginations. Suddenly, he heard the divine visionaries and they let out a pitiful cry. Because of that, the people also felt their suffering and immediately decided to capture Mash. One person said that it seemed like the end of the world was near. They prayed to the gods for mercy. They hoped someone would save them there. Mash was shown to still be unconscious. Suddenly, Ochoa thanked Meliadoul and said he would see if Innocent Zero was hiring. Because of that, he received a combo from Meliadoul. Meliadoul said it wasn't good because even the Divine Visionaries were defeated. She needs to get a fully charged Mash there and she needs to do it quickly. In the next scene, we return to the city and it is explained that it seems like the end of the magic world. People are panicking there and thinking they need to catch Mash. Suddenly, other monsters appeared there and shouted that they had two choices, to be killed by them or die at the hands of Innocent Zero. Suddenly, a light hit that monster and the entire surroundings there. People realized that there was only one person capable of creating that light. A man there shouted that they were right, and the only person who could do that was the number one, Ryoh Grantz. The people recognized him as the Light Visionary. Now that Ryoh was there, everything would be okay. The people wondered how, since their enemy was so powerful, and other Divine Visionaries were defeated. Ryoh commented that he didn't expect to hear that when Ryoh was on their side. He explained what he was going to do. People's spirits were lifted and they asked if Ryoh would give them powerful weapons to fight. Ryoh suddenly shouted, "This is what I'm giving you." People were surprised and asked what Ryoh gave them. Ryoh explained that what he gave them was self-confidence. Because of that, the people were confused. They also wondered if that could be given and Ryoh affirmed. Because of that, their fighting spirit rose again. Innocent Zero commented that Ryoh seemed to be far from reality. In that case, he said he would show the power of the Wand of Beginnings to him. People suddenly noticed something, and when Ryoh looked back, he saw a giant sphere forming above the castle. Innocent Zero immediately directed the giant sphere towards the people. The people there panicked, but Ryoh was present, so they were going to be okay. Ryoh used the lights to stop Innocent Zero's powerful attack from reaching them. Suddenly, several smaller versions of that sphere separated. Because of this, Ryoh was surprised and that gigantic attack eventually hit the ground. It caused significant destruction to part of the city. Innocent Zero said it was merely an introduction, and when the eclipse comes, the entire city will be like the destroyed area. The people there couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Lemon was shown crying, saying it couldn't end yet because she hadn't married Mash yet. While this was happening, many people gathered outside Meliadoul's clinic. The people there became chaotic and ordered to hand over Mash to them. They said they would be saved if they handed Mash over to Innocent Zero. Meanwhile, Ochoa tried to stab Mash in the back while he was unconscious. He was caught by Meliadoul, who told him to explain himself. Their lord wanted Mash, he said. Meliadoul said he would have to die first. Ochoa reasoned that Innocent Zero was too powerful. Meliadoul agreed with this. However, she ordered Ochoa to continue winding Mash's key. She also told Ochoa that he must keep turning the key and he is not allowed to stop, because if he stops, the patient will gradually deteriorate and die. She wished Ochoa good luck and left the clinic. Meanwhile, Ochoa was looking at the key. Meliadoul ejected the rising people outside and beat them up. Ochoa decided to follow Meliadoul because he feared what she would do more. When he tried to do it, the key didn't move. He wondered because Meliadoul was the only one turning it, so it couldn't possibly be that heavy. When he tried it again, it still didn't move. He was stunned, and when he saw the meter dropping, he panicked and said they would all die. In the devastated parts of the city, it was revealed that Ryoh was still alive and had been buried under debris. Here, the events were explained before Innocent Zero's attack landed. Ryoh managed to cut all those darkness balls to reduce the damage they would take. He also saved most of the people using his magic. A man there was shocked before Ryoh was narrating his own story, but after that, the people there cheered for him. In a serious conversation, Innocent Zero's strength was greater than he expected, and they had no information about him. When he thought it would be good if they could capture one of his men, he turned to one side and saw Selwar being buried under debris. After that, they formed a group called the Anti-Innocent Zero Coalition Emergency Team. Ryoh said they needed to plan a counterattack against Innocent Zero because they suffered a great deal in the last battle. Luckily, he captured a member of the enemy's inner circle. It looked like Selwar tried to join the attack, but he was left behind. He said they would not get any information from him that could harm Innocent Zero. When Ryoh pointed out that even though they abandoned him, Selwar was depressed. Yet he still would not betray Innocent Zero. Ryoh decided to torture him. In Selwar's mind, no matter what they do to him, he would die first before spilling any information. However, Ryoh decided to feed him honey-covered sashimi until he talks. This shocked Selwar. Kaldo commented that his food is not a form of torture. He was right, and it was even worse than torture. Kaldo was hurt by this and told Selwar not to underestimate his dish. When Selwar tried it, Kaldo asked him if is it delicious. Nonetheless, Selwar was disgusted by it, which depressed Kaldo. Ryoh apologized to Kaldo for hurting his feelings and tried to comfort him. He also tried Kaldo's dish to make amends, but in the end, he was also disgusted by it. While this was happening, Orter started to beat up Selwar. He said playtime was over and he would get straight to the point. Selwar explained that no amounts of torture would make him talk. Orter bent him over and explained in his face that he would fill his rear with sand and it would stay there forever. Because of this, Selwar decided to talk. Dot, watching this, started crying and said why they were all so scary. Selwar explained that the 5 siblings have immense power. The 4th child, he said, was the greatest polearm user in the world. Even if it doesn't take things seriously, no one could match him in his skills in arms. Dot realized that this meant he was stronger than Domina. Rayne found it interesting that he was also a polearm user. Selwar went on to explain that the 3rd child had the fondness for pudding. This surprised them all. In addition, he remembered that this child had created a potion to drain a person's life and magic. Because of this, something clicked in Lance, because as we know, his sibling had gone through something that seemed like their life and magic energy were being drained. The 2nd and the eldest, he said, were the worst. He explained that the 2nd child was a concern to their 4th sibling and even to their father. This was because the blood of Innocent Zero was flowing in him more than the others. The scene shifted to Famin, who was carrying a necklace made of skulls and just threw it away. Doom sensed him and asked if he had killed again for no reason. He needed to control his impulses. Suddenly, Famin attacked him. He moved behind him, pointed a card at his neck, and warned him not to order him around, or he won't hesitate to kill him. Famin noticed Doom's chair and said he liked it. He wanted to sit there. When he was about to order Doom to move, Doom swiftly turned his head around. He should show some manners, Doom said. He should relax and he could have the chair if he wanted it. Famin turned his head back to normal and immediately sat on Doom's chair. He seemed like a happy kid and enjoyed it. Suddenly, 2 of their men arrived and said that their father was calling for him. Famin asked the 2 who among him and Doom was stronger. The men were puzzled, so Famin explained that he was in a good mood and the one who answers correctly would receive a prize. When one said that he was stronger, he immediately cut off his head, which surprised the other. If that was the case, why didn't he manage to kill him? He repeated his question, and when the other tentatively answered that it was Doom, he also cut off his head. Was he implying that he was weak? While sitting, he suddenly threw a tantrum and smashed the seat because he said he didn't like it. What he wanted was Doom's sword. He would add that to his collection. Let's get back to the conversation of the remaining comrades and Selwar. Orter said that he really seems crazy. Selwar said that his unpredictability is what makes him dangerous. Selwar also pointed out that they can't beat him. Orter asked them to look at that. They should just leave Doom to Ryoh, the greatest masterpiece of humanity. Ryoh pointed out that Selwar was right, but there were times when he needed to risk his life and still fight. That's what makes a man. Wow indeed. Selwar and Finn could only stare. Kaldo suspected that Ryoh was hiding something due to his confidence. No matter how strong the enemy was, the Visionaries should not have been defeated so easily, so something unusual must have happened. In the next scene, it was just one day before the eclipse. Their world will disappear if they don't stop Innocent Zero. Our comrades prepared and it was time to face them. That would be their last battle. Ryoh had them look at the sky and they saw that it was filled with monsters. He explained that even going there would be difficult and they could lose right there and then. He shouted and said that it was time to show them how strong they are. As they flew there, unexpectedly, the monsters ignored them. Before long, they easily reached Innocent Zero's castle. They were all stunned because they expected to have a hard time. Dot boasted there and said it was easy. However, as soon as he stopped, he twisted in pain. His toes were sprained. They realized that there was an invisible barrier there. No one reported it from those who went ahead of them, so they were really lured there. Ryoh acted and said that now they have no way to get inside. If only they had someone with them who had magic that could specifically switch the positions of people with his own. Lance asked there, wasn't that Finn's magic? To which Finn agreed. Did they want to send Finn there alone to secure a way from inside? They just stared at Ryoh there. Is that what they wanted? For him to go alone into the heart of enemy territory? Ryoh explained that he knew it was hard but they needed Finn's power. He was the only one who could save the world. Because of this, Finn was filled with anxiety as the plan continued. It was convenient that a goblin was walking there so Finn was able to swap. Orter told Finn to stop crying and find a way to get them inside too. However, Finn continued to cry and said that he couldn't do it, and what if he encountered someone? He couldn't fight and would surely die right there. That's okay, Orter said. Orter explained that he could stay in his place while they all died and the world would come to its end. In Finn's thinking, that's not what he would say is okay. It sounded like a threat. In the end, Finn was still forced to continue his mission. Finn seemed like a pitiful child wandering in the dark forest. In his mind, he said they were all bullies and why did he convince himself to join them? While thinking, he saw a gate. He was happy about it and when he decided to open it, something attacked him. It looked like they found a fight, said the ones who attacked Finn. They were brothers. They were the guards waiting inside the gate, Andy and Windy. Would Finn fight there? Finn immediately jumped high and spun in the air. When he landed, he immediately bowed down and said he surrendered. He begged them not to kill him. The guard siblings quickly decided to let him go because they also did not like to kill. Finn thanked them and said he would value his life. Finn walked back towards Ryoh as if he had lost a fight. What he did was risky, but at least he was able to perform his quintuple spin dirt grovel. He apologized for disappointing his companions because he didn't think he could defeat the terrifying guards. It seemed okay because he would just say there was no other entrance. He remembered Ryo's words that only he could save the world. The world is okay, but what's in it for him if he is dead? He also remembered Mashle's words about being a good friend. He continuously recalled Ryo's words. He tried to find a way not to anger Ryoh when he returns, but when he picks up his robe, he saw a photo. It's a picture of him with his friends, and so he looked at it, and he remembered the times they enjoyed together. He went back to the time he said he wanted to graduate with MASH. After that, he realized what he was doing there. What did he think he wanted to do there? As the guard siblings were playing, they suddenly heard something from their side. When they turned around, it turned out to be Finn and he decided to do what he needed to do, even if it killed him. He rushed there but was quickly repelled by the guards. They had given Finn a chance but now he was going to die there. When he thought he needed to use his magic to switch positions, he was immediately hit by their attacks because of their speed. He was toyed with by the two guards and they explained that their real strength was their speed. In Finn's mind, he said that at such speed, he couldn't target them with his magic. He tried to use his magic again but was quickly repelled again. They told him not to try anymore because the field of vision of a human is at best 100 degrees and even that is momentary. Their speed was enough to get quickly into Finn's blind spot. The two guards toyed with Finn, but Finn just told them to go ahead and charge at him. Finn shouted and told them to stop talking and fight him. After that, Finn's trembling legs were shown. Because of that, the guards teased Finn while attacking. Finn tried to reach the guard as it passed in front of him, but it didn't work as he was just teased again. Fortunately, Finn was still able to stand even though he was beaten. The two guards explained that relying on his vision wouldn't work for Finn. They could see Finn's every move and they could easily get into his blind spot. The two guards went behind Finn and said they would show him that he was no match for them. But Finn managed to use his magic changes, causing the siblings to collide. The two were dizzy and couldn't believe they were defeated by Finn. Then, Finn was shown holding a stone. Windy realized that Finn used the stone to get a fragment of his head blade and use it as a mirror to see his blind spot. Finn commented that sometimes what you need to fight is your belief that you can't, but he said he would fight that belief with his fist. The siblings were amazed. Finn managed to open the door with a determined look on his face. Our troops then smiled. While gasping for breath, Finn apologized for being late. Lance gave him tough love while Dot cheered him on. Soon, Finn slowly lost consciousness, but luckily, Ryoh caught him. He was praised for what he had done. Finn explained that he didn't deserve praise from a divine visionary because he nearly gave up in the middle of it all. He thought about leaving everyone and saving himself. Ryoh explained that everyone feels that way, but it takes a real man not to act on it. This uplifted Finn's spirits, so he thanked Ryoh. In Ryo's mind, Finn surpassed his expectations. He was sure that Mash influenced him, but he still had talent and courage like his brother. Even if Rayne looked like that, he was sure Rayne would be proud of Finn. Suddenly, Ryoh called Finn and asked if there was something in his relationship with Rayne. Finn explained that Rayne hardly paid attention to him since he entered Easton. His grades were always low and he was always on the verge of being expelled. He was sure Rayne was disappointed with a failing and lame brother like him. That was the reason Rayne didn't expect anything from him. Rayne was talented, unlike him. Ryoh said that he thought there was no comparison between the two of them. In any case, now Finn is the hero. Finn thanked him for that. After that, Orter ordered Selwar to show them the right way. Selwar did not immediately follow and thought that he was not their pet and would not be intimidated. However, when Orter exerted his magic, Selwar immediately followed. They walked towards Innocent Zero's castle. Ryoh said that there was a high chance of them being ambushed there, so they should not get separated and stay alert. Suddenly, Dot noticed something and saw a large number of black cats. He realized that it was bad luck. He also saw that his shoelace was undone, which was also bad luck. When he was crushed by a cat, it left a mark of 666 that was also bad luck. He wondered how much more bad luck they could encounter. They suddenly reached a door, which left him speechless. Ryoh opened that door and when they entered, they were surprised by the number of flowers there. They were surrounded by a multitude of flowers which suddenly bloomed. Lance was puzzled while Dot was delighted. When he picks a flower to play Loves Me Not, he noticed that there were many insects in the middle of those flowers. They were chased by a swarm of those insects, including our friends. They were told to find a partner so they wouldn't be alone. Lance suddenly clung to Dot because he was scared of ghosts and insects. Dot was disgusted and thought that it was the most pitiful sight of Lance. Ryoh tried to use his lights magic, but it didn't work. An insect landed on him and sucked his blood. He realized that those insects were draining their magic power, and if they couldn't get out of there, they would become weak. He ordered his companions to find a way out of that room. Dot decided to head to a wall first and was irritated by Lance's weight. Soon they managed to reach the wall. When he was thinking about whether they had anything heavy and hard to hit the wall with to create a hole, his gaze fell on Lance's head. In the end, he decided to use that and banged Lance's head to make a hole in the wall. He celebrated while Lance was bleeding. It turns out that Innocent Zero was watching them and he commented that the challenge seemed easy for them. But now their momentum will be broken and he will leave them to his children. As they moved away, Dot noticed that the insects were no longer chasing them. Lance was angry at Dot for what he did. Dot trash-talked Lance to make him realize that he was the burden. While they were arguing like children, someone suddenly arrived. It was Epidem, who was carrying pudding. Dot and Lance immediately prepared to confront the pudding lover. Elsewhere, the Amis brothers met Delisaster, who commented that they were going to have fun there. Orter ended up at the circus and met Famin. Famin said he wanted Orter's glasses. Orter scoffed at that. Meanwhile, at Meliadoul's clinic, Ochoa was shown struggling to wind Mash's wind-up key. If only someone came there who could wind that key, it would be easy. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Fiancé to the rescue!" behind him, lightening his mood. It was Lemon, who said that help had arrived. Ochoa was speechless, so Lemon commented that he should have tried to hide his disappointment. While that was happening, Meliadoul continued to hold back the people. Mash was still lying there. Ochoa explained to Lemon that if they couldn't turn the key, Mash would die. However, Lemon said that they would be able to do it through teamwork. They held the key, and on Lemon's count to 3, they still couldn't turn it. Lemon made an excuse and said it was just a practice round. They tried it again, but still couldn't turn the key. They stared at each other and just screamed. Suddenly, someone broke the wall of the clinic, startling them. A man full of tattoos entered with a giant Cerberus. He introduced himself as former death row inmate Galbo Boteri and said he was there to take Mash. Ochoa and Lemon hugged each other in fear, indicating that the man seemed dangerous. The scene then shifted to Dot and Lance as they confronted Epidem. Lance boasted that he could handle it on his own, to which Dot responded by calling him an idiot. They were together and yet Lance preferred to be alone. The two argued again like children. As they fought, Epidem intervened. Dot was irritated and pointed out that Epidem was their enemy. Epidem suggested that they could be reasonable and discuss the situation. In the next scene, Dot and Epidem sat down for tea. Dot vented to Epidem, explaining that Lance seemed to not care that he had saved him and constantly insulted him. Epidem seemed to understand. Epidem asked if Dot still held any grudges. Dot also confessed that he didn't appeal to women. Epidem sympathized and understood his struggle. Dot poured out all his feelings to Epidem. Epidem comforted Dot and said that everyone yearns for salvation. Epidem then asked Dot if he wanted to join Pudinology. Dot seemed intrigued and wondered if Pudinology could change someone as hopeless as him. Epidem confirmed this, saying that concentrated sugar could eliminate his problems and he should try it. Dot hadn't eaten all day and Epidem seemed nice, so he agreed. Lance tried to stop him, but it was too late. After Dot ate the pudding, he writhed in pain. Lance commented that he should have known he deserved it. Dot screamed, wondering what was in that food. Epidem only smirked in response. Elsewhere, we shifted to the Amy's brothers and Delisaster. Delisaster asked if they were good. In his mind, Finn said Delisaster was energetic but certainly dangerous and merciless. Delisaster hoped they were good because it was time to party. It seemed to start a celebration and show. Finn was puzzled by this. Delisaster chugged his champagne while being cheered by his minions. He also brought out a bong and started to smoke. Finn commented that Delisaster was a mix of college frat boy stereotypes. Soon, Jelly became high and started rambling. While Finn was in shock, Jelly suddenly appeared behind him, surprising him. Jelly was stalking him and said that Finn looked like a beta, but he could still become like Jelly. Finn felt down, thinking that this was what it felt like to be bullied by your superior at work. He was too scared to speak, and the only thing he could do was to go along. Delisaster continued to tease Finn and also offered him a drink. Suddenly, Rayne broke the wine glass and said that Delisaster needed to shut his mouth before Rayne did it for him. Delisaster wondered why Rayne was so serious. Finn stood up and thought that they were a team, so he had to do his part. He was quickly immobilized by Rayne's magic and sent to the side. Rayne imprisoned him with his swords to the side. Rayne told him not to get involved and said he was just a burden. Finn dropped his wand and just stared. Delisaster asked if they wanted to talk more or if he could start. Delisaster used his Ascalon while Rayne used his Partisan. Their attacks clashed, but Rayne had a hidden second sword, surprising Delisaster. Delisaster was hit and sent flying. Finn was amazed, saying no one was stronger than Rayne. Suddenly, something came out of the smoke and hit Rayne's left arm. Because of this, Rayne was stunned. Finn was worried as Rayne's blood dripped. Delisaster spoke while still in the smoke, but Rayne just stared. Finn wondered why Rayne's attack on Delisaster's head didn't work. It turned out it did hit, but Delisaster didn't die. It turned out Delisaster could regenerate, which surprised him. Rayne just stared in response. Delisaster's face fully regenerated as he trash-talked Rayne. He commented that he had assumed Rayne would be powerful, but he was beginning to see now. He claimed it was due to the scales that fell from his eyes. Finn was taken aback and thought that Delisaster had put in a lot of effort for a bad joke. After a brief silence, Rayne suddenly asked if that was true. Delisaster confirmed it and explained that the scales came from a fish. Rayne then questioned if that meant his eyes also had scales. Finn shouted that it wasn't true. Delisaster laughed and wondered if Rayne was always so serious. He declared that there was nothing he enjoyed more than messing around and ultimately killing people like Rayne. He claimed to have done this 300 times already. He claimed he wasn't like normal people because there were legends about him, and he was the real deal. Rayne remarked that Delisaster talked too much. Rayne quickly summoned many swords and declared that he would kill Delisaster. However, Delisaster easily parried this attack. Finn couldn't believe that Delisaster managed to break Rayne's partisan with just one weapon. Rayne summoned many swords again, but Delisaster easily blocked them. Rayne then cast Partisan Surf and rode on one of the swords. When his sword was about to hit Deli, it was quickly countered. Rayne was badly beaten, so Finn suggested helping him. However, Rayne immediately refused, stating that Finn would just be in his way. Rayne cast Rapid Partisan and in response, Delisaster cast Rapid Ascalon. Even though Rayne cast first, Delisaster easily overpowered his magic. Exhausted, Rayne kneeled and Delisaster trash-talked him, telling him to give up on losing. Suddenly, Deli clutched his chest and opened it. He explained that he and his siblings had given their hearts to Innocent Zero, who had replaced them with demon hearts. These hearts supposedly converted magic power into energy to keep them healthy. They allegedly could not die until their magic power ran out. And thanks to Innocent Zero's small amounts of blood, they never run out of magic. This implied that Rayne was facing an OP boss. Finn commented on the unfairness of his abilities and said he understood why the Divine Visionaries couldn't hurt them. He yelled to Rayne that they needed to retreat because Delisaster was unbeatable. While dying, Rayne thought he didn't care if he was unbeatable and tried to stand again. He remembered the times when the doctor announced that his and Finn's parents were gone. A scene with Kid Finn crying and asking why their parents weren't there was also shown. Rayne attacked again with a large partisan, while Delisaster used a large Ascalon. While continuing to fight, Rayne thought to himself that whether he and Finn had parents or if their relatives traded them like worthless coins, whether they had a chance to eat or live somewhere, whether they were normal or not, none of that mattered. He recalled Wahlberg's words that he would face opposition from society for wanting to become a divine visionary to create a world where orphans were treated fairly. Rayne summoned Ares, the god of war, while Delisaster summoned Athena, the god of combat. They both charged at each other, but Delisaster cast first and used Gigantomachia to slash Rayne multiple times. Rayne tried to protect himself, but it was obvious how severe his injuries were. Rayne used magic to shield his body to avoid fatal injuries, but he certainly didn't have the power to protect himself anymore. Delisaster prepared to attack again and cast his finishing magic on Rayne. He slammed a giant Ascalon onto him, shattering the floor as well. He added Rayne to his collection as his 301st victim, commenting that his pole arms were too powerful. When he thought Rayne was dead, Rayne suddenly spoke and told him he talked too much. Because of that, Delisaster was surprised. Despite being full of wounds, Rayne still stood up. He stated that he and Delisaster were still fighting. Rayne continually recalled Wahlberg's words and in the end, he said he wasn't joking like Delisaster, but he always does what he says. And there, he would kill Delisaster. In the next scene, Finn explained his and Rayne's past. Rayne was the only family he had in that world, and he was blessed with talent unlike Finn. He felt so worthless that he made Rayne look bad. That's probably the reason why Rayne started avoiding him. Rayne is apparently ashamed of him. While on his last breath, Delisaster just taunted Rayne. It's apparently painful to see Rayne suffer like that. Rayne asked Delisaster if he had ever experienced hardship. Deli said no, because he's not cringe like him. He picked on Rayne again and repeated his threats to kill him, but it was clear he wouldn't because Rayne is a loser. He attacked again, but Rayne managed to block it. However, one got through and Rayne was knocked back. He was coughing up blood, realizing that because of Deli's healing ability, he always fought with all his strength. Finn called him again, telling him to let him help him. He silenced him and said not to repeat that. Finn had had enough and yelled that he's so stubborn and he's so stupid. What's the point of bragging if it just leads to his death? This isn't the time to be stubborn. He silenced him and asked why Finn is following him. This isn't the place for Finn and he should live a normal life with a normal family. He should have children who love him to make up for the loss of their parents. Finn should just grow up to be a normal old man and leave the bad people and dirty jobs to him. Finn asked if Rayne was serious. He explained that when he's with Rayne, it brings him joy. He admitted that he used to envy other people's lives when they were growing up, but he's truly thankful to have someone he can trust like Rayne. So, let me help. They are all they have left in this world, so Rayne should let him help. He doesn't need to be normal and he's happy where he is now. He's made many good friends and has learned that even if he's not good at something or if he's scared, the key is to help each other. As he listened, Rayne remembered Wahlberg's words. He was planning to keep Finn safe while building a world where Finn would be happy. Rayne explained that he still remembers the times when Finn would run to him, crying over little things. Now Finn has grown up. Rayne stood up again and started to approach Delisaster. Finn tried to stop him but couldn't get away from his sword, so he asked the gods to give him strength. Rayne and Delisaster started to exchange attacks again, and just when Rayne was about to be finished off, suddenly Finn's wand lit up and released extraordinary energy. They were both surprised, and when they looked back, Finn had managed to break the barrier Rayne had made. Finn's wand flew back to him and a second line appeared on his face. Finn immediately cast Changes Second Butterfly Sanitatem, and it released a giant statue. The statue released butterflies made of energy, and they went to Rayne. The butterflies healed Rayne, which surprised Delisaster. Delisaster quickly attacked again, saying that Rayne still couldn't beat him. However, he was wrong, and Rayne overpowered his attack. As Rayne's swords pierced him, he couldn't believe how it happened. He realized that Finn had helped strengthen Rayne. Rayne said he needed to correct something. He had told Delisaster he would kill him. What he meant was, they would kill Delisaster. The two attacked simultaneously and both were wounded. They were cutting each other in half. With Finn's help, Rayne was able to keep up with Delisaster's regeneration. He realized that Rayne deliberately let himself get hit because he knew Finn would save him. As Rayne and Delisaster continued to exchange attacks, Finn kept supporting Rayne. The battle between the two was fierce, but Rayne was slowly overpowering Deli. Delisaster started to get nervous because he couldn't regenerate his wounds fast enough. Rayne suddenly taunted him, asking if he was afraid to face his equal. This angered him, and he repeatedly told Rayne to shut up. Delisaster charged in anger, declaring he would kill Rayne. Rayne was able to dodge easily and counterattacked, which left his opponents in awe. "Don't tell me you're already struggling," he said. Rayne charged at him and in a blink of an eye, he sliced his head. Delisaster's face was slashed and smoking. He couldn't believe he was defeated. "If you come back, I will kill you, Rayne," he declared. Rayne replied, "Don't be arrogant if you can't prove it. People like you who speak rashly seem shallow." In the end, our brother duo defeated the fourth child of Innocent Zero. In the next scene, we return to Dot, Lance, and Epidem. Dot shouted that he was poisoned by Epidem. Well, maybe. Epidem tried to explain but was drowned out by Lance trash-talking Dot. He tried again but the two ignored him and continued their argument. He called out to them but was still ignored. He realized that it seemed they had forgotten about him. Lance said he would defeat their enemy on his own. Dot suggested they could do it together, so who was the one not thinking now? Lance replied, "Me. Why would I listen to you, Dot?" Dot pointed out that it's because he's the main character. "What does that mean?" Lance questioned. "I get migraines from talking to you, Dot," Lance complained as he pulled out a bag from his robe and started sniffing it. Dot asked what it was, and Lance replied that it's air from his sister's room. Dot laughed, stating that Lance is really crazy. Suddenly, Epidem attacked them with a giant Madl. Epidem explained that his time is short and he plans to make it quick. He was surprised that the two fools were still alive, and Lance said he was thinking the same. Suddenly, a part of the Madl liquefied and hit Lance's shoulder. Epidem explained that it was the legendary metal Orichalcum, and it can change its shape. Lance quickly used Ryoh on him and it hit him. However, it appears that Epidem covered himself with Orichalcum and explained that it is the hardest metal in the world. Lance was surprised that his gravity magic had no effects on it. While Dot was talking, he suddenly vomited blood. Epidem commented that the effects of what he fed Dot have set in. What he fed him was a magic deficiency virus that drains a person's magic, and he himself created it. Because of that, something ticks off Lance. Epidem explained that he enjoys watching people suffer as they lose their magic, and he showed them something. He showed them countless people inside eggs. Those are his guinea pigs, and he plans to add Dot to them. He said that his curiosity is never-ending, and when he finds something he likes to observe, nothing can stop him. Dot wanted to comment on that, but as he was saying it wasn't the time for them to fight, Lance stopped him. Lance told him that he will take care of it alone. When Dot tried to reason again, Lance silenced him. Dot was annoyed and asked Lance what he was talking about. Lance told him that he has no intention of teaming up with Dot in this fight, so he should not get involved. Because of this, Dot was fed up and said that if that's what Lance wants, then fine. We return to Lance telling Dot that he has no intention of teaming up with him. Dot is irritated and lets him have his way. He says he's tired of it. Wow, what a lover's quarrel. Epidem, on the other hand, wonders if there is a misunderstanding and notes that Lance seems confident about facing him alone. Lance immediately used Ryoh, causing damage to the ground. However, Epidem quickly manages to defend against it. Epidem boasts about showing what he can do. Epidem quickly responds and casts his Orichalcum. Lance tries to fend off Epidem's attacks, but due to Epidem's abilities, Lance still gets hit. While injured, Dot doesn't pay attention to him. Suddenly, Lance points his wand forward. He releases an extraordinary energy which surprises Epidem. Dot realized that Lance has a new ability that he wasn't aware of. Lance immediately goes into beast mode and a third line appears on his face. When he was about to summon his god, the activation suddenly failed. He wonders why that is. Epidem speculates that Lance hasn't perfected it yet, or he might be losing control due to his anger. Epidem restrains Lance with his Orichalcums and declares that without that, Lance is useless. Epidem launches an attack, landing solid hits on Lance. Lance is thrown back and his pendant is removed from his neck. When the smoke clears, Lance is shown to be severely beaten. In Dot's mind, while being stubborn, he says that he did tell Lance that that would happen if he insisted on his way. Epidem notices Lance's fallen pendant and picks it up. Upon opening it, Epidem makes a realization. Lance apparently has a sister. The anger that Lance feels. The reason he's so angry is because his sister Anna became one of Epidem's guinea pigs. Because of this, Lance and Dot's hair stand on end. It seems to be true since Lance has been bitter since earlier. Epidem apologizes because despite his fondness for his guinea pigs, to him, they are nothing but pieces of data. He acknowledges that it's a sad conflict, so he offers Lance some pudding. However, Lance doesn't speak. It seems that Lance doesn't appreciate that, so Epidem decides to do something else. Lance is shocked by what he sees. Using his Orichalcum magic, Epidem creates a creature that looks like Anna and can speak. He asks Lance if he's happy now since there's no difference between it and getting a new pet. Because of this, Lance gets even more angry and fiercely declares that he will kill Epidem. When he moves to attack, Dot suddenly rushes towards Epidem. Dot uses his X-Blom magic and launches a barrage of attacks. However, Epidem easily dodges them. Epidem then comments on how different his skills are from Lance and immediately uses the Orichalcus. Dot catches his attacks and doesn't stop. Epidem realizes that Dot doesn't care about attacking him. Dot tries to punch him, but Epidem easily dodges again. As a counter, he wraps his foot in orichalcum and kicks Dot. Dot is sent flying due to the power. As Dot was gasping for breath, Lance asked what he was doing and said it was his problem. If Dot causes trouble, Lance will kill him. Suddenly, Dot grabbed Lance's shoulder and punched him in the face. Because of this, Lance was surprised. Dot was extremely irritated. Dot explained that he had long been fed up with Lance's useless attitude. When Lance was about to get angry, Dot suddenly aimed his fist at his face. He said Lance's sister was in danger, so why wouldn't he help? Lance could complain all he wanted, but Dot would not back down. Why did he have to carry the weight of that matter all by himself? Aren't they friends? Because of this, Lance was touched, but he kept it to himself and said, Dot handed his pendant to him and said it was important to him, so he should take care of it. After some thought, Lance retaliated by also punching Dot in the face. He explained that it was for Dot's punch earlier. After that, our dynamic duo teamed up and told each other not to be a burden. There was now an intense showdown between our two troops against Epidem. Epidem boasted that even if they teamed up, it wouldn't change the outcome of their fight. Lance took a deep breath and managed to fully unleash his third line. He quickly summoned Nemesis, the god of stars, which surprised Epidem. Next, Lance uses his Graviol Thirds, Nemesis Inclination, which summoned a very formidable monster behind him. Nemesis stared at Epidem, so he decided to use the Orichalcus shot. However, it immediately stopped and showed that it was just floating beside a sphere. Epidem couldn't believe it, and when he looked behind him, there was also a sphere. His orichalcum suddenly flew towards him, and he realized that the two spheres were outputting alternating gravity waves to create a high-speed attack. However, he claimed that he wouldn't lose to that. When he dodged, he noticed that the spheres had multiplied, and he realized they were multiplying. Using Epidem's orichalcum, Lance's spheres passed it around at an extraordinary speed. This resulted in Epidem getting beaten up. While standing, Epidem was gasping for breath. Lance asked him to tell him how to heal Anna, and if Epidem did that, he would set him free. Epidem just teased him and said he wouldn't tell. Epidem raised his spoon and summoned. He transformed like a scene from Sailor Moon, and he summoned Sisyphus, the god of cunning. He also released his Orichalcus box machine gun, and it surrounded Lance and Dot. They immediately started bombarding our friends with attacks. Lance tried to stop them with his magic. However, due to the number of attacks, he couldn't avoid getting hit. Because the attacks came from all directions, he couldn't counter them. Dot tried to face them head-on but was soon knocked away. Dot was bleeding and had to kneel due to his injuries. In Epidem's mind, he felt that Dot had been the weak link. So that was his chance to prioritize him. He was rained down with a lot of orichalcum, so Lance was alarmed. Epidem's attacks hit and caused a huge impact on the ground. He smiled at this, but as he looked at the smoke, he noticed something. When it cleared, it turned out that Lance had taken all his attacks to save Dot. Because of this, Dot couldn't believe it and asked Lance why had he protected him. Lance just told him to keep quiet. He reminisced about his bonding with Dot and explained that he didn't like Dot. He said that Dot was noisy and such a jerk, and that Dot was too hot-headed too. However, he noticed that he was still going on. He remembered Mashle's words and commented that like them, he seemed to be a fool. And that's when he thought that his sibling was the only reason for his existence. Eventually, he couldn't stand up anymore, and as he lay in Dot's hands, Dot said that he would take care of everything. Lance closed his eyes in Dot's hands, and Dot couldn't believe it. Epidem questioned why Lance chose to save the weaker among them. He said that if their goal was to defeat him, they only decreased their chances. He thought it was not logical at all. He said that what they did was extremely foolish, and if it were up to him, he would never make such a stupid mistake. Dot agreed with this. Dot asked Lance if his sibling still needed his help and whether he still had a lot to do for him. Epidem asked Dot if he still planned to continue their fight. Dot asked why Lance did that for him. Suddenly, Epidem noticed something. Dot lowered the lying Lance. Dot went into beast mode and brought out his Era Cruise, saying that he would kill Epidem 100 times. Dot released a rare energy in the area that shocked Epidem. He couldn't understand what was happening with Dot's power. Elsewhere, Orter's hair suddenly stood on end. In his mind, he felt a terrifying high level of magic. He looked at Famin and wondered if he was the cause, but it wasn't him. The power seemed to come from far away. He explained that there was a person there who unleashed an extremely high level of power. Dot closed his eyes and his wounds began to heal slowly. While watching, Epidem noticed Dot's mark on his forehead. He heard rumors of a rare breed of people whose magic power increases based on their emotional state. This breed is extremely powerful in battle, their violent temperaments and vast power threatening the fabric of the magical society. The era crews. In his mind, he didn't think he would face such a thing in that place. However, he said that the rarity of this power was worthless compared to his orichalcum. His magic was the most powerful and most mysterious substance. When he cast the orichalcus, Dot immediately shattered it. He was shocked and couldn't believe what happened. While watching the destruction of his magic, he was speechless. Suddenly, Dot was shown with a powerful weapon on both his arms. Epidem asked what kind of form that wand was. Dot shouted that he would kill him 100 times and he rained down attacks. Epidem also became angry and immediately used his third's magic. He used Orichalcus' third's, Sisyphus Inclination, and it produced a creature full of machine guns on its body. He explained that his thirds produced countless amounts of orichalcum. He didn't know how Dot was able to break them earlier, but he said that shooting that many bullets was impossible. He rained down a myriad of attacks on Dot. Dot took a stand and said 100 deaths. After that, his wand transformed again, and what appeared in his hands were countless guns. Epidem was greatly shocked. While watching the situation, Epidem realized that for every single attack he made, Dot produced a dozen attacks to counter it. As Dot's attacks were approaching him, he reminisced about his adoption of a pudding. After that, he thought to himself that the pudding had completed his life. That was his greatest love. Before long, Dot's barrage of attacks hit Epidem, causing a massive explosion. As he lay defeated, Epidem thought to himself that Dot truly did what he had said. He was killed 100 times. He was amazed. After that, Dot returned to his original state while gasping for breath. As he looked at Lance, he couldn't believe it. He gritted his teeth and shed tears while reminiscing about their bonding. As he was letting out his feelings, Lance suddenly spoke and asked if he could be quiet. Because of that, Dot stared blankly while Lance explained that he was trying to cure his headache. Dot was taken aback and asked if he didn't die. Lance explained that his collection of Ana pins protected him as they surrounded him. As Lance was explaining, Dot got irritated and tossed him aside. In the end, our dynamic duo defeated the third child of Innocent Zero. Let's move on to the encounter between Desert Cain, Orter Madl, and the second child of Innocent Zero, Famin. Famin expressed his interest in Orter's glasses. Orter simply said, and explained that he couldn't give them away because he needs them to see. Famin immediately threw a card that flew to Orter's ear. Because of this, Orter's glasses fell off. Orter was told by Famin to just give what he wants. Orter picked up his glasses. When he raised his head, his eyes appeared like puckered lips. Famin would regret starting a fight with him, Orter said. Famin merely stared at him. Orter got confused, and when he put on his glasses, he asked if there was something strange about his face. Because of this, Famin just said to let it go. He would kill Orter and take his glasses himself, Famin declared. Suddenly, chains appeared around their feet, which confused Orter. A huge mechanical face suddenly emerged from the ceiling. The face appeared to have gone mad and moved in a strange way. Orter asked, "A clown face?" Famin explained that the face was the one managing the circus, and they were his performers. If they failed to give an entertaining show, they would die. "Is it amusing?" Orter asked. He was fed up with Famin's games and immediately attacked. Suddenly, the face spoke and said it had heard that before, while Orter simply stared. Famin moved his hands and acted as if there was a barrier in front of him. Orter noticed that Famin was a pantomime. When his attack hit Famin, he was able to block the onslaught of sand with nothing. Because of this, Selwar was flabbergasted. The face said, "Good stuff." Orter thought to himself that he didn't care about it. Famin explained that all Orter could do was throw sand at people, so it wasn't an entertaining performance. Because of that, he would receive an inescapable penalty. The clownface screamed for a refund, and a multitude of swords came out of his mouth. Orter tried to block it, but the attack pierced through his magic. Famin explained that's how the circus worked. And Famin added, the chains around their feet won't disappear until one of them dies, so they should just enjoy it. Suddenly, cards came out of Orter's body, which confused him. He wondered what the trick was because Famin just blocked his attack earlier. The face was pleased with Famin again. He also noticed that the clown face attacks whenever he does, meaning it was a 2-on-1 bout. Therefore, he would not move until he understood what he needed to do. Famin just stared and noticed that Orter decided to observe his moves first. He's too rational and boring, Famin thought. He doesn't like people like Orter. They're too uptight. They should be able to act based on their emotions. Take what they want, kill the people they dislike to live a happier life. Orter's way of life is boring. Orter just stared. Even Selwar was just looking at them. Orter asked Famin if he wanted freedom, to live without rules. If so, he should do what he wants because it doesn't make any difference to him. Humans are emotional creatures. It's not in their nature to be rational all the time. So Famin could kill people out of anger, or steal things out of envy, or torment other people to feel pleasure as much as he wants, as long as he faces the consequences of his actions. And he pointed out that there are indeed consequences. While Famin just stood there, Orter continued explaining, saying that order and regulations exist to protect the majority of the world from powerful children like Famin. He told Famin to continue enjoying his freedom, but he will maintain the order. Suddenly, Famin clapped his hands and swung them while saying that Orter was speaking a lot of nonsense. Orter managed to block the attack from behind by Famin. Because of this, Famin was surprised and stared at Orter. Orter said what he suspected was right. Famin was a fake. Famin's magic, he said, only makes things invisible. It's just a parlor trick. Now it was time for Famin to play his own game. Orter used his sand magic to surround Famin. However, the clown face quickly attacked and showered him again with swords. Despite this, Orter continued his attack, which left Famin stunned. He didn't expect Orter to just continue his magic. As the swords rained down, Orter just kept attacking. While Famin was defending himself, he opened the chain attached to him. Because of this, he managed to dodge Orter's attack. Orter pointed out that Famin had the key to his chain from the beginning of the fight. He was the one who set the rules but was also willing to break them if things no longer worked out for him. Famin was right, he wasn't boring, but he was far from what he called freedom if that's how he treated the rules. Famin just stared at him, and soon he burst out laughing. He said that what Orter was saying was just boring. If you don't like a rule, destroy it. But it seemed like Orter wanted to resist even if he was being killed. He felt sorry for Orter. He said he would kill him to set him free. Orter retaliated and told Famin not to pity him. They'll see how free he is after he locks him up in a cage. After that, Famin immediately used his third magic, Transparency Thirds, Decius Inclination. Famin became invisible while bowing. Orter immediately rushed to punch him, but Famin was already gone from his front. The place fell silent for a moment, and in a blink, Famin appeared behind Orter. Famin was slicing Orter from behind. Orter couldn't comprehend how Famin managed to attack without being heard or sensed. Famin reappeared and explained that his thirds removes his presence from the sight of his enemies. There was no chance for Orter to escape from such a powerful ability. He disappeared again and said he would give Orter freedom by erasing him from life. Famin rained down attacks on Orter again. While blocking, Orter was still hit by those attacks. Famin just kept rushing at the weakening Orter. Selwar shouted and said that you can't dodge what you can't see, so it was Orter's end. In the next scene, Orter's past was shown. The scene shifted to the city, and there were thieves running there. While hastily riding a broom, someone scolded them. That man explained the penal code, Article 33292, which stated that theft of another's property carries a fine of 500,000 lons, or a maximum prison sentence of 10 years. It showed Orter reading a book and asked if they were done there. The man got annoyed because Orter was late. Did he even care about the patrol? The man shouted at Orter and said he had a bad attitude because they discussed when to start, so he came there 1 hour ago. Orter commented and said if they're already done, and he would leave. Because of this, the man got even angrier with him. In the next scene, they are in a restaurant. The man is thoroughly enjoying his food while Orter just stares at him. The man gets angry again because Orter doesn't show any enthusiasm. Didn't they join the Magic Police Academy because they love justice and are willing to die for it? Orter just stares at him, splattering with bits of food. He wipes his glasses and we see his loving eyes again. After that, he explained that it would be very inefficient due to the number of results. He prefers a moderate life with a moderate amount of effort. He says he chose that school because it fits his needs and nothing more. As Orter was about to leave, the man shouted that he should at least not be late next time. The school rules state that the patrol starts at 7 in the morning. In the next scene, Orter is walking with the man from earlier. The man asked him if he knew the purpose of the rules. The higher-ups have arranged the playing field to give everyone an equal opportunity. If people do not follow the rules, that world would be in chaos. The man pointed out to him that Orter cannot do whatever he wants. Orter just stares at him. After that, as he was leaving, he explained that he was only interested in achieving his goals as quickly as possible. He doesn't care what others think. The man shouted that's why Orter is always alone. Results are all that matter to him. He's just an emotionless machine. He also reminded him not to be late next time. After that, there was a montage of their time together and bonding. From their battles to the man's love life, they seem to enjoy it a lot. In the next scene, the man is shown lying in a ruined building, bleeding. He muttered that he might have been wrong. He said he was willing to give his life for justice. The man said that was correct. He wouldn't take back his words. That was meaningless, Orter said. The man was just harming himself by following a destructive lifestyle. The man suddenly revealed that his brother had died as a victim of a crime. He thought if he could save even one person from experiencing that, the sacrifice wouldn't matter too much. After that, he realized he should have been saving his breath. He suddenly explained that he liked bonding with Orter. It was like seeing his brother again. He added that he didn't skip patrol after pestering him, even though he was late until the end. It seemed that Orter did care. After that, he asked Orter to do something for him. He asked him to create a world where order is important for everyone to live peacefully. Orter should prevent the crimes he can and arrest the bad people. The two friends just stared at each other in the rain. After that, it went back to the present and Orter said he still had a lot of rice to eat. Orter suddenly cast magic and the place seemed to quiet down. In an instant, he turned the entire circus he was standing on into sand. He brought the whole thing down with extraordinary intensity. Famin was surprised by Orter's attack. The sand carried him to the center of it as if he was being pulled into an ant lion's nest. As Famin was drowning in the sand, he shouted that Orter was lacking freedom and that's why he was taking it from others. Nobody would like him and he was just hurting himself. He could tell himself that it was fake for the sake of others, but Orter was just killing himself for society. Famin asked Orter if he enjoys living. Famin was surprised by Orter's response, which apparently didn't matter to him. While reminiscing the words of his best friend, he explained that Famin had asked him whether he enjoys life or not. For him, the answer was meaningless. Eventually, Orter's sand consumes Famin while saying he was happy with a little freedom in life. In the next scene, we go back to Galbo-Boteri's attack on Meliadoul's clinic. Lemon and Ochoa were very scared, while Mash was still unconscious. Galbo demanded they hand Mash over to him, or they will face his pet's fangs. He then sent his Cerberus, Dozer, Bolger, and Burn into the fray. Lemon was on the verge of tears, and when she was about to speak to Ochoa, she saw him giving a housewarming gift to Galbo. Lemon was dumbfounded while thinking that Ochoa was a traitor. She was attacked by the Cerberus, so she dodged. The attack continued, but luckily she dodged it. She sobbed because she didn't want to die. Because the Cerberus could not kill Lemon, Galbo pulled to punish his pet. The Cerberus got hurt, which made Lemon angry, thinking what kind of a despicable person would do that. She immediately used her magic Levius Cuffus open and removed the chains bound to the Cerberus. Because of that, Galbo was shocked. Lemon explained to the Cerberus that their chains had been removed. Galbo was silent about what Lemon did. Lemon soothed the angry Cerberus. While she was doing that, Ochoa noticed that the scary Cerberus had transformed into a cute dog. Lemon explained to Galbo that he needed to approach animals with love. That's how you can build a strong bond. Galbo attacked and tried to hurt the Cerberus. In response, Lemon cast magic again, which resulted in Galbo being bound. Galbo was irritated by Lemon. Lemon named the Cerberus Spot, Spotty, and Spottington and let them escape. Galbo thought about how Lemon changed the names of his pets without any notice. Lemon explained to the Cerberus that they were free, and there is no shame in running from someone who controls you with fear. She said she would handle it. While the Cerberus looked at Lemon, they decided not to retreat, and they stayed to also fight their former master. Galbo commented on their bravery. Ochoa suddenly returned to the good side and said it was their chance. Because of that, Lemon was disgusted with him. Spot, Spotty, and Spottington charged at Galbo. Galbo cast magic and with it, he impaled his pets. Ochoa and Lemon were shocked. Who is the master who cannot overpower his pets? Lemon was worried about the Cerberus while Ochoa thought he returned to Lemon's side too soon. Galbo said that now they know what they're facing. When he was about to take Mash, Lemon suddenly blocked him and bravely confronted Galbo. Galbo ordered her to get out of the way and he wouldn't hesitate to kill her. Lemon said she wouldn't move. Because of that, Galbo punched her away. Lemon immediately fell down. When Galbo began to approach Mash again, Lemon grabbed his leg. Lemon said she could not be ordered around by Galbo. Because of that, Galbo kicked her and told her to learn to surrender. Galbo approached Mash and was ready to kill him. He said he would be free now. As he attacked, Lemon still stopped him. Lemon caught his attack, her hands pierced through. Galbo then asked why Lemon was doing this, considering she didn't want to die. Lemon silenced him and explained that even though Mash almost didn't pass the exam, he saved her. She said Mash was very kind and that's why she came to like our protagonist. Ah, sweet. She claimed that someone who doesn't know how to treat their pets right wouldn't understand. She said the sacrifice of her hands was the least she could do to protect someone important to her. Galbo, Ochoa, Spot, Spotty, and Spottington stared at her in surprise. Galbo stated that if Lemon was so determined, she could die with Mash. While Lemon was looking at Mash, she thought he still couldn't move, but to save the world, they needed his power. So she had to continue to protect him. As Galbo was about to attack, his hand was suddenly cut off. Because of that, Lemon and Galbo were puzzled. Then someone suddenly spoke up. He explained a wise man once said, "There is no love truer than the love for food." Being a sweets lover, he couldn't help but agree with that. It turned out to be caldo, and he explained that nonetheless, Lemon's love was equally deserving of celebration. As an adult, he saw himself compelled to take care of those with innocent feelings. In the end, Galbo commented that another weirdo had arrived. We return to the arrival of the Flame Cane Caldo Gehenna at Meliadoul's clinic. He walked towards Galbo while holding his magical sword. Galbo suddenly attempted to attack, but in an instant, he was cut in half. Galbo could not believe it. Caldo prepared to attack again and as he did, he stated, "There's no such reality that exists where violent bullies don't get their just desserts." He attacked again and washed Galbo out of existence. After that, Galbo was shown as a barbecue. Lemon was astonished to see a divine visionary defeating the enemy. She and her companions thanked Caldo for saving them. Lemon then said that since Caldo was there, could he help them turn the wind-up key stuck in Mash, as their strength was just not enough to do it. While being licked by Spot, Spotty, and Spottington, Caldo explained that he had thought of that, and everything would be okay now that he was there. They all prepared to turn the key, and Lemon was pleased with the arrival of a divine visionary. Caldo took a deep breath and signaled Ochoa and Lemon. However, despite their combined efforts, the key still didn't move. The surroundings went quiet, and the three looked at each other due to the event. In the next scene, we move to the best friends in a large room. They thought it was the last room and it was huge. While walking, Lance pointed out that Dot was stepping on his foot, leading to a brawl between them. While they were fighting, someone approached them. They stopped, and when they turned around, it was Doom who appeared, stating that to reach this place they surely defeated one of his siblings. He walked towards them intensely, saying that they might be capable of something. He stopped and locked eyes with Dot and Lance. Dot thought to himself that although they were close to losing earlier, they still defeated one of them, so it seemed that they could defeat Doom. Dot suddenly noticed that something was about to hit his sword and he was surprised. He managed to dodge Doom's swift attack and countered with a punch to the face. However, Doom caught it and squeezed it as if it were a toy. Dot couldn't believe that Doom stopped that kind of attack. After that, Doom slammed him to the floor with exceptional strength, causing him to cough up blood. He was dragged along the floor by Doom's foot and was kicked into the wall. While still posing, Lance cast Graviole, and he launched a powerful attack on Doom. When he thought it was over, he noticed something in the smoke. Washing, washing! Suddenly, something engulfed the place, cutting off their surroundings. Doom rained several swings that spread out the area. As we watched Doom, Lance realized that he was stronger than his siblings. Doom lowered his sword and suddenly sat on the stairs. The two wondered why he sat down. Doom said to show him their most powerful attack because he wanted to see it. Dot and Lance stared at him for a moment, but soon they transformed their wands. They immediately used their respective thirds magic and released their wings. The two attacked and sent them towards Doom. Just as their attacks were about to hit Doom, the scene suddenly changed to a bloody sword. Dot was shown lying on the ground, saying they were pitiful, while Lance was shown to be immobile. Doom said that he might kill them all without even using his full strength. He wondered if the Divine Visionaries would show him their abilities. Back in the clinic, as they stared at the unconscious Mash, the three of them thought it was the end because they couldn't turn the key. Doom stood up intimidatingly as he looked at the best friends. In Lance's mind, he thought Doom was a monster. Dot, on the other hand, thought that Doom's siblings were not like him. Doom approached him and prepared to attack. Just as his swing was about to hit, someone suddenly stopped it. Doom was surprised, and when he looked, it turned out that the Amy's brothers had arrived. Doom commented that there was another living visionary while Lance was just staring there. Using an iBat's, Innocent Zero live-streamed it on a large mirror. He explained that real despair would start there. They should watch their world that was about to end. The audience recognized Rayne. Their hopes slightly rose because Rayne was one of the strongest visionaries. As they said that, Doom suddenly attacked and Rayne was hit in the shoulder. The people there were alarmed. Rayne's left part of the body detached from his body as Doom just stared. Finn quickly healed Rayne's wound as it returned to normal. Rayne glared at Doom and immediately launched a counterattack. Doom just stared. Rayne unsheathed another sword and used it to continue his attack. Doom countered, but Rayne managed to evade it. While observing Rayne, Doom noticed that he had no wounds, which could possibly be due to healing magic. Rayne, on the other hand, was thinking that Doom might have an endurance-boosting Master Cane because he was not getting hurt, and what's more, he was very fast. One wrong move would certainly be the end of him. Furthermore, he was tired from his earlier fight with Delisaster. He was also certain that Finn was nearing his limit. If the situation continues, it will get worse for them. He asked Finn if he was ready, and they would start with their strongest attack. Finn understood this. The brothers released a rare power that enveloped them both. Doom noticed that the two were gathering their magic and channeling it all to Rayne. After that, Rayne quickly cast Rapid Partisan, prompting Doom to prepare. The Ames brothers showered Doom with a barrage of attacks, After that, it was shown that it was just a walk in the park for Doom, and he stopped it with just his finger. It seemed that there was a limit to how strong the divine Visionaries could be. It was quite disappointing. Rayne followed up his attack with Large Partisan. Doom thought that the giant attack was pointless because his defense was still up. He quickly charged at Rayne to counter, but Finn suddenly cast Changes. The two of them swapped places, which confused Doom. Rayne's attack finally hit him, causing the ground to shatter. The place was engulfed in smoke after that. The Ames brothers stared at Doom, thinking that they had used all their power and it would be dangerous to continue. However, they saw a shadow in the smoke and were surprised. As he walked, Doom commented that they were okay. But it was still not enough to bring out his true power. Finn and Rayne were stunned. Doom added that to prove that they were stronger than an average mage, he would use half of his power to show respect to them. The brothers were intimidated. Mash was still shown to be lying on the ground. The three were still having a hard time winding up that key. They were all saying, "Oh my gosh," but it was still not working. Caldo thought that it was really not moving, so it was time. He reached into his pocket and took out a bottle of honey and drank it. This was the honeyfied pick-me-up. He seemed to go into beast mode and activated his Caldo Worker Bee mode. He immediately tried to wind the key again, while Lemon and Ochoa were stunned. In Lemon's mind, she was saying that Caldo was cool when he arrived, but now, not so much. Ochoa noticed something and saw that Caldo was able to wind the key. They marveled at this and said that Caldo's yelling wasn't in vain after all, and he seemed quite formidable. Mash is still laid out. Back to the battle between Doom and the Ames brothers. As he stared, Rayne was only irritated by Doom's statement that he would use only half of his power. He cast Large Partisan and sent it towards Doom. When it fell, Doom merely caught it with a single finger, shocking him. Doom seemingly pushed away Rayne's giant sword. While Rayne was stunned, Doom suddenly appeared in front of him. He tried to flick him, but luckily he dodged. However, his ear still got caught. Doom followed this by hitting his foot. He embedded his finger in it. Rayne twisted in pain, and before long he was thrown by Doom using only that finger. When Finn tried to save Rayne, some blood suddenly appeared in his eye. He blinked at this and Doom quickly reacted to stab his eye. When he thought that he's about to go blind, nothing happened. Turns out Orter had arrived and managed to stop Doom. Doom recognized him and asked if the light visionary was still not there. Orter said not to worry as he didn't need to concern himself with that. He would be the one to bring about Doom's end. Doom easily blocked Orter's attack. Orter followed up and managed to hit Doom. Doom just stared. Orter told him to rejoice as he was the worst type of enemy he could face. Doom quickly charged, but Orter managed to dodge him. Orter hit Doom again, and when his counterattack was about to hit, he managed to repel it using his sand. Doom backflipped from the air and landed safely. Orter commented in his mind about Doom's toughness and thought he was protecting his body with magic. But still, as long as he could keep him away, he's got nothing. He sent another attack to Doom, and he grabbed some sand and said 60%. Doom took a stance and after he stepped, he threw the sand he was holding with extraordinary power. Orter followed it with his magic, however it just went through and hit his cheek. He couldn't believe that the sand Doom threw passed through his own sand. After that, he quickly cast again and enveloped Doom in sand. Finn realized that Orter planned to crush Doom. While he was crushing him, he said goodbye. Suddenly, his hand was cut so he was shocked. Little by little, Doom was getting out of his magic while his arm continued to bleed. Before long, Doom escaped from his hand prison and it seemed like he transformed. He said Orter had skills, but he was mistaken. He only had a little. In the end, Orter thought in his mind that Doom was a monster. We go to Caldo, Lemon, and Ochoa, who kept winding Mash's wind-up key. They've been at it for so long, but they're still only at 30, leading Caldo to comment on their poor pace. At this rate, it would take them hours. As he continued to wind it, he wished that others would manage to prolong the situation. Let's go back to Doom, who's gone Super Saiyan 3. Whoopsie, wrong anime. Orter, Rayne, and Finn were also preparing to face this powerful monster. Doom grabbed his sword and drew on the floor. He made a cross which puzzled our comrades. They stared at it, questioning its purpose. Orter said they would attack Doom from both sides, which Rayne understood. They both charged, moving to either side of Doom. They unleashed magic on Doom. Doom attacked, but Orter managed to dodge. Orter prepared a counterattack, but Doom suddenly disappeared from his view. He appeared behind him in an instant. Doom swung his sword at him with great force. They both defended against this attack using their magic. However, when Doom's giant sword hit, their defensive magic couldn't stop it. Rayne was worried there. Doom suddenly appeared beside him, grabbing his hand. He prepared to attack and soon hit him in the face with his sword. He started bleeding from his nose, and while still recovering, Doom launched another attack. He managed to deflect it but was still knocked back. He tried to stop his flight, but he crashed into Orter. They looked at each other, and before long, they noticed that they were standing on the cross Doom had drawn. They were shocked and realized that despite separating, Doom still managed to maneuver them towards that mark. Doom charged at them at incredible speed. They both tried to stop Doom's powerful attack, but it only showed how much they were being overpowered by this monster. Doom's attack went through and caused cuts on Orter and Rayne. They both realized that Doom was too strong for them. He was fighting many enemies but wasn't even breaking a sweat. Their magic was drained from that fight. Their chances of winning was very slim. As they were losing hope, someone asked if it wasn't over yet. Orter and Doom turned there. As he walked, our other comrades also looked there. The man said that they did a good job standing firm. Orter commented that he was late. The man said that now he had arrived there, they could stop worrying. Because he was the greatest creation in all of humankind. As he introduced himself as Ryoh Grantz, Doom suddenly punched him in the face hard. He was knocked back by the attack. When Doom looked at his hand, it suddenly smoked. Our comrades were surprised and stared at what was happening. While Doom was looking at the smoke, he was suddenly hit by a laser in the face in an instant. It marked his cheek and he said that it was a beautiful introduction. He thanked Doom for helping him shine bright like a diamond. Doom found it intriguing. There was a stare down between the two powerful beings, and it seemed they were having a standoff. Ryoh asked Doom, "Is it me or is it rather bright in here?" When Doom was about to answer, he just said, "Oh, my mistake." He was the only one radiating magnificent light. His fans are clearly smitten with him as they watch his livestream. Doom, on the other hand, questioned if he was the best that society could offer. Ryoh claimed that he was indeed the strongest at the moment, but not only was he strong, he was also the most handsome and manly of all. This led to his fans becoming giddy, as if they were being pinched. Doom and the others had nothing to say about Ryo's boastful attitude. Ryoh, flaunting his confidence, asked if they had nothing more to say, as it was typical for him to have such an effect on people. Doom commented that Ryoh was truly crazy. Ryoh immediately attacked with his lights. Doom responded by swinging his sword. He managed to block the attack, but Ryoh was prepared and warned Doom not to look away, wanting his eyes to stay focused on him. Ryoh unleashed a barrage of attacks on Doom. Ryoh managed to push Doom back with his strength. Finn couldn't believe that Doom was on the defensive. Innocent Zero simply watched and explained that it won't work. Doom was supposedly the most skilled among his siblings. Whenever Doom saw a technique, he could instantly counter it. He was the only one with a chance of defeating Doom. In Doom's mind, Ryoh was indeed fast. Ryoh explained that once he started to heat up, he couldn't be stopped. As Ryo's attack approached him, Doom commented that it was indeed fast, but that was all Ryoh was capable of. He managed to deflect the attack with his sword. Finn became anxious. Innocent Zero, however, commented that it was expected. It appeared that Doom was grazed by the attack. Innocent Zero commented again that this was Doom's end. Ryoh attacked again with his lights. When Doom tried to parry it, he was unable to, resulting in a hit. Finn was surprised and even Innocent Zero's eyes widened. Doom wondered if he had made a mistake with his timing as he took more damage than before. Ryoh released another laser beam from his wand. Doom thought he might have overdone it. As Ryo's attack approached, he said he was sure he could stop it this time. However, it hit him again, taking him by surprise. He was taken aback. While Innocent Zero remained silent, Finn commented that each of Ryo's attacks was slowly becoming a direct hit. Orter explained that Ryoh had always been like that. The stronger the enemy, the more he saw himself in a dire situation, the stronger his magic became. He attacked Doom again and tried to stop it. However, it solidly hit Doom's body. Ryoh pushed Doom back with that extraordinary attack. Ryoh declared that he would become even better from that point on. He noticed something in the smoke and stared at it. As Doom emerged from the smoke, he prepared to use his 70%. He plunged his sword into the ground and transformed again. Doom's muscles grew while his companions watched. After transforming, he explained that it had been a long time since he last unleashed that power. He geared up and immediately charged. However, as soon as he approached Ryoh, he was easily hit with light magic. The hits left wounds on various parts of his body. Blood began to trickle from Doom's face. He stared at Ryoh. Ryoh explained that he had told Doom that once he started, he wouldn't stop. He was burning so hot that Doom should try not to get burned. The two powerful beings stared at each other again. Finn was amazed and said that Ryoh indeed had an edge over Innocent Zero's eldest son. He was indeed the best magic user in the world. His fans were extremely excited about the events. Finn said that they had nothing to hold onto but despair, but now he could see the light. As his fans continued to cheer, Ryoh said they were right. He was the bright hope of the world. This caused his die-hard fans outside to go wild. Ryoh suddenly posed and said it was time for a photo op. Finn was taken aback and wished that Ryoh wouldn't always be like that. In the next scene, Caldo, Lemon, and Ochoa continued to turn Mash's wind-up key. After all this time, Mash's meter of life was still at 30. Because of this, they thought they wouldn't make it in time with their current speed. Suddenly, the door was kicked open and Meliadoul appeared, saying she was back. She immediately helped in turning Mash's key, so now there were 4 of them struggling. They noticed that Mash's meter was rising faster, so they continued. Mash was still lying there. Let's go back to the battle between Ryoh and Doom, with Ryoh attacking once again. While Ryoh was attacking, Finn noticed that Doom was closing in. Doom prepared to deflect Ryo's attack, but Ryoh suddenly flicked his hand. This caused his attack to dodge Doom's counter. Because of that, the attack solidly hit Doom again. Doom commented that Ryoh is truly a troublesome opponent. He claimed Ryoh was disrupting his timing with fast attacks that changed angles and tempo. As he rushed in, he said he just needed to get closer. Suddenly, Doom changed his grip on his sword, holding it by the tip to extend his range of motion. He swung it, but it still didn't hit, and in response, Ryoh cast Light's Absol. Doom was hit by many lasers, and he commented that Ryo's advanced techniques are fast. If he kept rushing in, it would open up his defense. He exclaimed that Ryoh had no openings. He suddenly said that the last person who made him bleed was Innocent Zero, which surprised Ryoh. Doom expressed his joy that Ryoh could match him in a fight. Ryoh questioned, "Match you?" Was Doom belittling him? After that, he released a small ball of light. Doom was puzzled. Ryoh asked Doom if he knew that humans perceive the world using the 5 senses. Taste contributes 1%, smell 2%, hearing 3%, and touch 7%. And there's one sense that dominates. Vision accounts for 87% of our senses. He suddenly enlarged the ball of light and cast his second. He used Light Second, Shine Prism.
Like a diamond!
And the entire place was wrapped in blinding light. Even our comrades couldn't see anything, while Doom just stared at it. Ryoh released more small balls of light. He explained that he would use a variety of feints with different speeds to deliver attacks that Doom couldn't anticipate. And the key was that Doom wouldn't see it coming. Doom suddenly swung his sword, surprising Ryoh. It hit Ryo's attack, and Ryoh couldn't believe he deflected it. As a result, Ryo's attack went towards Finn. Ryoh was worried and Finn couldn't dodge because of the position of his feet. Because of that, Ryoh decided to take his own attack. Doom was surprised. Ryoh was hit in the shoulder because of that. He couldn't comprehend how Doom managed to deflect his second. Doom touched his mask and explained that he didn't mean to deceive him. Ryoh seemed shocked at what he saw. Doom revealed his eyes and explained that he had been blind from birth. Even the people watching were surprised by the revelation. They worried again and commented that even the Light's Visionary was no match. In the end, Doom put his mask back on and said now it was his turn to act. Ryoh is still hurt from Doom's deflected attack. Doom commented that he didn't expect Ryoh could afford to save the weak. Finn couldn't believe that Ryoh did all of that for him. Suddenly, Doom went behind him and explained that such kindness was the reason they lacked true strength. He brushed Finn off his face while saying that he would end it now. Finn was thrown off and hit a wall hard. With the sheer force of the impact, the wall broke and he bounced back. Doom's attack wasn't over yet and he quickly approached Finn again. He also gave him a powerful kick in the body. Finn was rolling on the ground due to the force. Finn began to cough and vomit blood. The people there were alarmed and commented that they had no hope. Doom approached Finn again and said he would just speed up his killing. When he was about to cut Finn, Lance suddenly cast Gravio towards him. Lance told him to stay away from Finn. While Doom was feeling the pressure of gravity, Rayne immediately followed up to attack him. Doom easily dodged Rayne's attack. In Doom's mind, he said they still had strength to try to stop him. When Doom was about to attack Rayne, Dot immediately followed up with X-Plumb, so he was stopped. While still smoking, Orter appeared behind him and also prepared to attack. Using his sand magic, he controlled the sands and soon used sand's compression. Sharp sands flew towards Doom with extraordinary speed. When he tried to stop it, he noticed something. He commented that the force had increased due to the compression. Suddenly, his right arm grew large and he said nevertheless. Doom's arm looked like the Hulk's as it gathered energy for a powerful attack. Orter stared at it and said a disaster was coming. Doom wound up and compressed his muscles. Soon, he swung his sword and in a flash, the surroundings were destroyed as if a meteor had landed there. Our comrades were hit and thrown by the extraordinary attack released by Doom. As pieces of rocks keeps falling, Doom explained that the simple gathering of strength does not simply strengthen the weak. He positioned himself again and said their fight was over. Suddenly, a light projectile hit him and sent him flying. With its strength, the laser was able to push the monster Doom back. Doom stopped himself from flying any further, and he wondered if he could still move. Ryoh was shown severely injured from Doom's attack earlier. He explained that everyone's lives, including their families, were at stake. No matter what happens, they will never stop fighting. Doom just stared. While the people were watching, Ryoh said if there was something they wouldn't accept as humans, it would be to look down on them. The spectators were left staring. Doom also had nothing to say. In one corner, Finn was gasping for breath and commented that he had been a burden to them. While he was saying that he didn't know if there was anything else they could do, a phone suddenly rang. He picked up his Rabby phone, and it turned out that Caldwell was calling him. He answered it, and while listening, his eyes widened at what he heard. He said, "Is he coming?" Caldwell was quiet. Finn cried there and Mash was shown to be trembling. In the next scene, Caldo, Meliadoul, Lemon, Ochoa, and an unknown character were shown furiously turning Mash's key. They had raised Mash's meter of life to 40, so our protagonist's appearance had changed. It slowly rose and reached 50. Mash was reacting as if possessed while this was happening. In the next scene, we switched to the exchange of attacks between Ryoh and Doom. Ryoh rained down attacks while Doom deflected them all. Ryoh was gasping for breath but kept fighting, thinking that everyone there had endured while he was absent. So he said he would stop Doom even if it cost his life. He said he still had thirds, so he just needed to create an opening, even just a tiny one. Doom approached him and tried to stab him. However, he managed to dodge and release a counterattack towards Doom. Doom commented that even though the odds were against Ryoh, he was still able to maintain his composure. Nevertheless, it was not enough to stop him. He swiftly swung his cattleball towards Ryoh. He suddenly lost balance due to the sand. Soon enough, he was enveloped by Orter's sand, saving Ryoh. It turns out that even while on the ground, Orter still gave his strength to do that. In his mind, he said they could still do it while trying to contain Doom. Even though his hand was breaking, he said they needed to stop him until Ryoh could execute his thirds. Doom easily escaped from his sand and said their efforts were meaningless. Doom suddenly noticed something, so he stared at it. Ryoh released a huge amount of energy that destroyed the floor. Ryoh went into beast mode, even though he was badly injured. Dot commented that showing such a level of magical power could only come from the greatest magic user in the world. Doom also commented in his mind that he had not yet seen that level of magic power. In Ryo's mind, he explained that his thirds would consume all its remaining magic power, so he was taking a huge risk. However, he needed to end it there. His wand changed shape and he summoned the God of Light, Hyperion, and his wand seemed to transform into a cool staff. He immediately used his thirds, Light's thirds, Hyperion Inclination, and summoned Hyperion. He intensely shouted that it was the strongest attack of the strongest magic user in the world, Ryoh Grantz. He released the Genesis Crisis and it flew towards Doom. As it approached, Doom used 80% of his power. Doom braced himself and prepared to match Ryo's third magic. When Doom swung, he struck Ryoh and it hit the left part of his body. It was also shown that due to just one attack, even Ryo's strongest magic was destroyed. After the smoke cleared, Doom was shown posing after just attacking. And as Ryoh is losing his consciousness, he could not believe it. Even our other comrades had nothing to say about the shocking event. Ryoh knelt down and soon fell due to his injuries. His wand was also broken and his blood scattered. After that, Doom approached him. The people there could not believe what they saw. Doom commented that Ryoh was impressive, but it was not enough to force him to bring out his full strength. While Ryoh was on the ground, he just stared at him. The people were very worried. Dot said they were really done. Ryo's beating was evident. However, in an unexpected event, Ryoh suddenly closed his hand, which surprised Doom. He tried to stand while the people there pitied him. Even though he was wounded, Ryoh managed to stand. Doom looked at him and seemed impressed that he is still able to stand. So he immediately punched him hard in the face. After that, when he fell, he stepped on him like an insect. Because of his strong force, Ryo's blood stuck to his boots. After that, Doom decided to finish the others there. Suddenly, Ryoh grabbed his pants and said it was not over yet. Because of that, he slammed him to the ground and punched him again. He also kicked him and said what he was doing was pointless. His suffering could do nothing but prove his own weakness. Continuing there would only cause the destruction of his boasted face. It's a waste of Ryo's good looks. Ryoh was beaten there, but he did not fall. Ryoh suddenly asked Doom if that's what being handsome meant to him. It's not just about your outward appearance. It's about helping those weaker than you without asking. Being true to your word even under the threat of death. Being willing to forgive. And most importantly, no matter how strong your enemy is or how outmatched you are, it is always standing up to defend your friends. That's what it means to be a real man. While Doom was just staring, he challenged him again. Due to Ryo's touching words, the people's spirits were lifted and they started cheering for him. As Ryoh walked with a limp, he explained in his mind that his journey to his current location was not easy. He said he had gone through many failures and cried many nights due to his weakness. However, he was able to accept his weakness and carry it. He said that was the most handsome thing one can do. He tried to use magic, but because he was so beat up, he only matched up to Doom. Soon after, he collapsed and Doom commented that he admitted that Ryoh had real strength. He prepared to attack and said that he would now free him from his burdens. The people were on edge, and when the attack was about to hit, a silhouette appeared from the door at the top of the stairs. Doom was staring as the person walked. Our comrades also looked and their faces showed surprise. Slowly, Our hero descended the long stairs while being watched by Doom. At last, our hero arrived and said he made it in time. Dot got angry and asked why did he took so long, while Finn still couldn't believe it. It was shown that the ones who wound up Mash's wind-up key were panting. Even though he was gasping for air, Ryoh told Mash that he wouldn't be able to handle Doom alone and allowed him to help. Mash gave him a cream puff and told him to eat it. After that, he gave each of his beaten up friends a cream puff one by one. In the end, he said that anyway, they could leave it to him now. We return to his arrival at the battlefield. The two siblings stared at each other intensely while the place was enveloped in a terrifying aura. Even our beaten comrades were captivated by the face-off happening. Meanwhile, in Innocent Zero's livestream, people were still watching. They commented that even the Light's Visionary couldn't defeat Doom, so what hope does someone without magic have there? They were scared and said it was their end. Before long, Doom asked Mash what he was waiting for and challenged him. Our protagonist was just standing there, but in the blink of an eye, his fist was in front of Doom. However, Doom was able to dodge the quick attack that surprised him. Doom countered and punched Mash with his sword in response to his sudden charge. Doom commented that Mash was overconfident in his power. This overconfidence was preventing him from seeing the truth. He said that the strongest magic user in the world is no match for him. He claimed to have already defeated Mash using only half of his power. So does Mash still believe he can defeat him without magic? He claimed to have done everything he wanted, so it was pointless to fight someone he knew was weak. Mash wasn't talking, so Doom just stared. Our hero seemed to be gritting his teeth and his eyes were shining fiercely. In the blink of an eye, Mash punched Doom in the body so hard that it shook his world. The punch was so strong that it buried itself in him. The contraction of Doom's muscles was visible on his face due to the strength of the punch. Mash even lifted him off the ground. The people were stunned by that event. Even our comrades were shocked at that. They couldn't believe what our protagonist showed. The people were shocked and their faces were unreadable. With a single punch from Mash, Doom kneeled in pain. Even the monster felt the impact of that incredibly powerful attack. The people couldn't believe it and commented that Mash made Doom kneel with just one punch. How did he do that when others couldn't even do it together? Suddenly, Doom vomited blood and couldn't stop it. He couldn't believe he was brought to his knees like that. Our hero moved his hand and Doom was puzzled. Mash taunted Doom and told him to stand up. Doom stared and tightly gripped his sword. He immediately charged and thought to himself that it was going to be fun. As he charged, Mash punched him again. It hit his face with an extraordinary force. He flew back like a bug being flicked. He was gasping there and kneeled again. Mash challenged him again while he was still vomiting blood. Mash said that he hurt his friends. He told Doom to stand up while gesturing with his hands. Doom just stared. Mash continued to urge Doom to stand up while he just stared at him. Doom decided to use 90% of his power. He suddenly moved in front of our hero and positioned himself to punch Mash. It hit Mash, causing him to fly. With such strength, our hero bounced back against the wall. Doom's attack didn't end there and he immediately grabbed Mash's face. He rubbed it hard, causing the floor to break. He grabbed his head again and repeated the action, rubbing it against the floor. Dot, Lance, and Finn were worried as their friend was being beaten up. Doom gave the final rub and after that, he said that Mash's showing off was more than enough to prove himself to him. While the floor was smoking, Dot commented that Mash was able to overpower Doom earlier, but it was quickly reversed. He didn't know if… I don't know either. He didn't continue. A shadow appeared in the smoke. Mash said, "Oopsie daisy," and Finn stared. It turned out that our hero was okay. Now for the first time in this story, Finn failed to fully witness the events with Mash. Orter was the one who saw the entire incident and explained that Mash used the break-fall technique. Finn exclaimed, "What?" He said that it was controlled falling. You can disperse the damage you receive by increasing the surface area of the impact point. He was sure that Mash did the equivalent of a body wave dance while he was falling. Then Finn shouted, "I didn't see that!" Using his inherent athleticism, Mash made a frighteningly smooth contact with the ground, which resulted in him not getting injured. Finn commented, "Is that even possible?" The people there were amazed and their hopes rose again. Meliadoul stated that Mash had become stronger than they had expected. Suddenly, Mash spoke and said that now it was his turn. He prepared and said, "Femur flex." Meliadoul explained that our hero had two weaknesses. The first one is that he restrains himself because he is concerned about his target. And the second one is that he's training without a solid understanding of how the body works. Mash continued to prepare and said, "Hip joint abduction." Meliadoul added that running uses the psoas muscles and hamstrings, and pitching requires quadriceps and dorsal muscles. Mash continued to get into form and said, "Left shoulder extension, left elbow bend, and forearm twist." Suddenly, Doom charged and said that Mash was too free and he hit him on the shoulder. Meliadoul stated that understanding your own body allows a person to maximize their capabilities to an astonishing degree. Mash tightened his fist and released the biomechanics cannon on Doom, which hit him solidly in the body. And it didn't stop there. He followed it up with pronation. Doom was blown away by Mash's powerful attack. The area where Doom was thrown was destroyed, causing a massive hole in the building. Finn commented, "All of that came from our hero's training?" It's hard to believe that the culprit is just muscles and nothing else. That's not realistic. Lance commented that by accumulating such great power, he's open to attack, but because of his toned body, he was able to endure it and deliver a single clean hit. Rayne agreed, thinking that if Doom could still stand after that, he didn't know what to say. The destroyed layers of that place were shown, caused by Mash's super punch. Among the debris, Doom was shown covered by it. The camera slowly moved closer to him, showing his fiercely glaring eyes. Before long, he stood up again while being watched by our hero. As he walked, people were focusing on him. Doom stood like a powerful boss in a video game at the top of the stairs. He stared intensely at Mash. Mash was just staring at him. Finn couldn't believe it. In his mind, Mash is very strong now, but he still can't injure Doom. Doom questioned that he's at 90%, but is that all Mash can do? He said he expected better, so he's disappointed in Mash. He thought Mash would be a good match for him, but it ends there. Mash cuts in and said that nobody told Doom to impose his expectations on him. He should just keep his disappointments for his loved ones, not for him. He's making this situation weird. In the end, Doom stared as if he was holding back, making Finn think that Mash had finally irritated him. Let's move on to his face-off with his brother, Doom. Doom told him that his confidence would not last forever. Doom immediately attacked him with his sword. He grunted, "Huh," and tried to intercept the attack. Suddenly, Doom changed the direction of his attack, which led it to hitting him. He was surprised. Dot noticed that Doom had switched the direction of his attack. Mash said, "Oops," and noted that his wound was bleeding heavily. Doom said he hasn't used his full power yet, so it should be clear to Mash the huge gap between them. Mash said, "Uh-huh," while moving his bracelet. As Doom watched, Mash's bracelets fell off. When it hit the ground, it caused heavy damage to the floor due to its weight. Mash again used his full muscles mode, but this time he added something and brought out the container. He took a scoop of powder from it. Doom wondered what it was. Mash said it's creatine. His companions were shocked. Meliadoul explained that creatine is an energy source used during high-intensity workouts to provide a momentary boost of strength. Over the course of Mash's training, he has been taking small portions of it, building up a reservoir of creatine in his body. His strategy was called the loading phase. Before long, Mash ate the creatine he scooped. Meliadoul continued her explanation and said creatine loading would allow Mash to maximize his outputs momentarily. It's a patchwork solution, but it's still an effective one. Doom immediately attacked, asking if Mash was drugging himself for their fight. Mash replied that creatine is a supplement. Our protagonist tried again to intercept Doom's attack. Finn commented that Mash was luring Doom until the last possible moment. Suddenly, Doom said, "Mirage." This led to the appearance of another Doom who attacked from the opposite direction of his first attack. Finn was surprised. Mash turned his face and tried to intercept that attack with his mouth. Doom grunted, and just as his attack was about to hit, he suddenly moved it. This caused his sword to hit Mash's eye. In Orter's mind, he explained that Doom managed to avoid having his sword caught by Mash's teeth by slightly lifting it to make a perfect attack. Doom, Dot, and the people were staring at that scene. While Mash and the two Dooms were still posing, Finn thought that didn't anyone notice that Doom's blade wasn't moving? Before long, it was revealed that Mash had stopped Doom's attack with his eyelids. Eyelids!
Damn!
It was zoomed in so we could better see the contraction of his muscles to do that. Finn was totally shocked and seemed to stutter because of the inexplicable event. He questioned then, with eyelids? Yes, Finn, with eyelids. Even Doom couldn't believe that Mash used his eyelid muscles to block his high-speed swing. He said it didn't matter and he would just bury his sword there. He tried to do that, but his sword seemed not to penetrate no matter how hard he tried. He wondered why Mash's eyelids were so strong. He couldn't even bury his sword a little bit. What kind of power is flowing through those ocular muscles? Mash released his eyelids clamp on Doom's sword and retreated. Then he immediately charged forward. Doom also charged and said that had Mash forgotten that his last attack did nothing to him? Even the strongest spear in the world can't pierce him when he's at 90% of his power. Mash could guard himself as much as he wanted, but if he can't hurt Doom, he will never win. After speaking, he was suddenly hit hard in the body by Mash's elbow. Because of that, he vomited blood. Mash then said, while moving his hands, asking if Doom knew that the hardest and sharpest part of the body is the elbow. Finn, on the other hand, was stunned and commented with widened eyes that there was no sense to what was happening there. Mash added while elbowing Doom, saying that his elbow is more painful than the strongest spear. He then elbowed Doom in the body. Doom, however, was able to catch his elbow, which surprised him. He exclaimed as Doom threw him. When he stood up again, he mentioned how hard Doom was. Doom said that in fact, he started to worry. He explained that in his whole life, he had never seen anyone where he could exert all his strength. While releasing a powerful aura, he smiled and thanked Mash. His muscles grew bigger there. While transforming, he said 100%. Doom released 100% of his strength and the area was enveloped in a huge energy. Due to the power demonstrated by Doom, Mash's friends were very nervous, but our protagonist just had something in his eye, so he couldn't see what was happening. Dot, Lance, and Finn were absolutely shocked at what they saw. Mash rubbed his eyes because of the foreign object. While he was doing that, Doom's transformation was completed. After removing the object from his eyes, he commented that Doom's appearance had changed. Doom said that was only the second time he had transformed. He explained that he was left in awe of himself and the unexplained power that flowed through his body. He had found someone he could fight with his full power. He felt that he was full of strength and energy. He was also sure that Mash felt the same, the desire to fight stronger opponents. Our protagonist then commented, "Not really." Doom stared at Mash's answer. Our protagonist explained that he didn't want to continue fighting stronger people. He didn't feel joy when he did that. He still wanted to just go home. Doom and Finn just stared at him. Before long, Doom said that Mash had not yet discovered his true nature. He would allow that, but Mash should know that they were the same. Doom immediately used Mirage Illusion. Doom's clones appeared from the mirrors he summoned. When they appeared, there were 5 Dooms. Finn was disturbed by this. Mash commented that there are really people who can't stop doubling their mistakes. The 5 Dooms suddenly attacked Mash, and Finn was surprised at their speed. He tried to stop the first charging Doom with his kick, but it turned out to be just an illusion. Because of that, Doom said he attacked the wrong one, and he slashed our protagonist from behind. That hit Mash's back. Before long, Doom created more clones and asked Mash if he was ready for more Dooms. In Orter's mind, he explained Doom's mirror magic. He said that by copying the terrifying body strength and whatever else, its power increased exponentially. Compared to Doom, Mash seemed to be just a pale imitation. Every time Mash hit, there was only a 1 in a 5 chance of hitting the real Doom. And worse still, all those illusions were as fast as lightning. Dot also commented and said that Mash could catch the two Dooms there, but he would be beaten up before he found the real Doom. What could be the solution to that problem? Doom then said that it was simple. For a person without magic, success was impossible. After that, the multiple Dooms rushed towards Smash simultaneously. Mash then said that his muscles didn't know the meaning of the words "impossible." Phil yelled out, correcting Mash that it should be "impossible." Mash used Erector Spinne magic and flexed his hand. Suddenly, he drove his hands into the ground and used the Big Three, Dragon Deadlift. Mash lifted the entire ground using his strength. The ground where the 5 Dooms stood lifted. Mash held the ground and concentrated. He tried to feel the weight of each Doom there. Before long, he noticed that one was different from the others. The Doom on the left was the heaviest. Because of that, he decided to kick it hard. Upon kicking it, Doom just hardened his muscles, which surprised Mash. Doom was amazed and explained that Mash was the first one to solve his technique on their first encounter. Finn was very surprised that Doom didn't get hurt. Doom added that nevertheless, compared to him, Mash still felt short in all aspects. He used his second Mirage seconds, kaleidoscopes, and a large mirror with countless images of Cattlebolg appeared. Doom dropped it on our hero, and in response, Mash used Punch Squared and accompanied the falling swords. Mash's hands were bleeding as he parried the swords without stopping. After that, the shattered swords of Doom and Mash's bleeding hand were shown. Mash just stared. Suddenly, Doom appeared behind him and asked if he was taking a break. Doom explained that he had warned Mash that he was still lacking. He winded our hero from behind, and in the end, a solid hit caused blood to spray. We returned to Doom cutting him from behind. Finn commented that Doom is just too strong. As Mash's blood splattered, Doom simply stood staring. Suddenly, Mash spoke up, saying that he hates it when his opponent is too strong. Our protagonist stood up intensely. He held his wrist and said, "Weakness mode." Doom was taken aback by this. Dot, on the other hand, commented to himself that Mash was emitting a frightening vibe. Orter was wondering what Mash was trying to do. Our protagonist gathered strength and seemed to be possessed by a powerful creature. Shortly thereafter, he appeared stupefied. His saliva dripped and he seemed to have lost his sanity. While Mash was out of it, Doom said nothing and simply stared at him. Even the people wondered what kind of half-assed mode that was. Doom was annoyed by Mash's disrespect and rushed towards him. Soon, his attack hit Mash and it landed solidly on his body. He was puzzled by what he saw. It seemed like Doom was simply repelled after hitting him. Doom's saliva splattered from Mash's, causing Finn to drop his jaw in surprise. Doom again attacked Mash, but it seemed to have no effect, and he was just being sprayed with his saliva. Dot shouted that it was disgusting. In Doom's mind, he said that he was hitting Mash, but because he was so flimsy, his sword did not penetrate.
Got him!
It was like cutting paper. Meliadoul explained that the contraction is the first way for muscle fibers to show their power. The larger the gap between contraction and state of rest, the bigger the kickback. Mash turned into a zombie-like state after Doom's attack. Eventually, due to Doom's attacks on him, Mash unleashed a powerful kick towards Doom's face. In Doom's mind, he commented that Mash was in a state of perfect lethargy, the ultimate muscular form. He still had a hidden wing, a flawless offense and defense. He didn't expect that fighting Mash would be fun. That was intriguing. It seemed he needed to unleash his own trump card. Doom's body was gradually enveloped in energy, and soon his magic power spiked. He had released all the magic power he had. For a brief moment, he could use a power beyond comprehension. He suddenly disappeared from his position and rushed towards Mash. He struck Mash hard with his sword. Rocks on the wall scattered due to the impact. When the smoke cleared, he was quiet at what he saw. Mash turned into a gymnast and used Doom's sword as a pommel horse. Because of this, Doom wondered what Mash was doing. Doom suddenly cast Mirage, Acrobatics, and several swords appeared behind him. They headed towards our protagonist and hit him from the sides. Doom seemed to do this to corner Mash and block his escape routes. As Doom's follow-up was about to hit, Finn was alarmed. However, due to Mash's flexibility, he was able to dodge it. Dot shouted that what Mash did was an advanced gymnast technique, the V-sit. He couldn't believe Mash could do it in such a tight space. Mash grabbed the sword and moved his body. It turned out that he vaulted and transitioned into a fully extended handstand, a super advanced maneuver. Because of that, our companions acted as judges and gave Mash straight 10 scores. Mash followed it up with a full double leg circle and kicked Doom in the face. Doom was pushed back and commented that it was enjoyable because that was really what he was desiring. Mash silenced Doom and transitioned into a flare and kicked him in the face. Doom was left staring. Our companions again gave a perfect 10 for what they saw. In Doom's mind, he was saying that was exactly what he was expecting. Mash finished his routine and dismounted. Doom thought to himself that perhaps Mash was the person who could match his very best. He summoned Freya, the goddess of bounty, and a terrifying mirror appeared. Doom used his thirds, the Mirage Thirds, 100 avatar image. Many Dooms appeared, surprising Finn. Doom explained that every copy produced by his thirds is as real as he is. He challenged Mash to show that he could surpass him. Mash then commented to Doom to just make sure he wasn't stronger than him, which puzzled Doom. Or else, our protagonist wouldn't be able to go home. Because of that, the multitude of Dooms were dumbfounded. He said he was dragged into battles left and right because everyone wanted to see who was stronger. Didn't anyone think about what he wanted? He just wanted to finish it all so they could all rest. Doom said he liked Mash's spirit, but only the winner of that battle would prove who was right. Before long, the brothers charged to finish that battle. Mash was quickly surrounded by a multitude of Dooms. Doom said it would end there, while Mash was parrying all his attacks. It seemed Mash was keeping pace with the numerous Dooms using only his fists. Relentlessly, they charged our protagonist. Due to the overwhelming number of Dooms, Mash couldn't avoid getting hurt. Finn yelled that Mash's efforts were useless, especially if Doom's copies were as strong as him. They would chip away at Mash until nothing was left. Mash struggled when he was fighting just one Doom, and now the only thing that's left for him is Doom. Wow, wordplay.
Got it!
Suddenly, Doom felt something behind him, causing him to turn around. It kept appearing behind him, and he couldn't figure out what it was. It kept happening, making him turn around over and over and over again. He couldn't understand what was happening and asked what he was feeling uneasy about. Before long, he suddenly noticed that he was being separated from his copies. But that wasn't what was happening. His copies were just disappearing. While wondering how Mash was doing it, Mash suddenly appeared behind him. Our protagonist tightened his grip on Doom's shoulders. The two looked at each other, and before long, Mash suddenly slammed Doom into the ground. He couldn't comprehend what happened and was surprised to find himself buried there. He tried to resist his descent, but couldn't because of this intense force Mash exerted. Soon, one of the Dooms fell from Innocent Zero's castle. It turned out Mash did it one by one to drop Doom's copies from the floating castle. Mash continued this until Doom's illusions ran out. In the end, the only one left in that room was the real Doom while Mash dusted off his hands. They didn't believe the level of power Mash displayed. It meant he hadn't pushed Mash to his real limit. Mash commented that he might need to challenge Doom at his full power and finish it. He had no other choice. As he stared, for the first time, sweat dripped from Doom's hand, and he smiled. He posed and said he was truly thankful to have met Mash. Mash charged at him with extraordinary speed. When they were about to collide, Doom's swing resulted in a massive gash in the wall of the room. It turned out Mash jumped there and suddenly grabbed him by the head. Finn noticed that Mash was doing the Blue Destiny, and he powerfully dropped Doom while his arms were wrapped around his neck. While vomiting blood, Doom thought Mash was too strong. That level of power shouldn't be attainable, so he was sure Mash had a driving force. After that, Mash was still drooling. While lying down, Doom said he had a question for Mash. Despite all the power Mash had, what did he want to become? Mash suddenly brightened up. and enthusiastically answered that he wanted to become a patissier. Doom repeated it. Mash explained that hurting others does not bring happiness to anyone, but everyone feels relief after a delicious dessert. Doom commented and said it looks like it. He would just make desserts. He could cook a pancake. Mash said he could do whatever he wanted. Finn commented that Mash was harsh. While Mash had his back turned, Doom thought he didn't need his eyes to see Mash's excellence. In the end, while lying on the floor, he declared that Mash had won. His friends were shocked and seemingly couldn't believe what he had accomplished. The eyes of the spectators widened and in no time, they erupted into cheers. They shouted that our hero had managed to defeat Doom. A man who couldn't use magic had defeated the strongest magic user. Mash is shown performing his victory dance. While our group was celebrating, suddenly someone said congratulations, startling them. A strange magic emerged above them and the figure appearing from it said they hadn't expected Mash to be able to defeat Doom. Our friends looked at this and seemed stunned by what they saw. It turned out to be Innocent Zero who arrived, expressing his surprise at Mash. The spectators were worried. Innocent Zero added that nevertheless, their fates hadn't changed. He said he would sacrifice them all to ensure his own eternal life. While speaking, Mash suddenly appeared beside him. When he turned, our father and son locked eyes. Oh my god, hilarious. Finn was stunned by how Mash got there. Innocent Zero laughs and said that Mash had managed to reach him. He brought out his wand and said it looked like Mash was determined to interfere until the end. Mash replied, not really. If Innocent Zero would just chill at home and just be cool, our hero would be fine leaving him alone. And he added he had been wanting to say something for a while. Didn't Innocent Zero ever think that he was too old to be using nicknames? Because Innocent Zero as a name for someone as old as him? That's pretty cringeworthy. At this, Innocent Zero was rendered speechless and seemed quite annoyed. Mash further commented that he realized Innocent Zero had no one to say it for him, but he should really consider working as a living. His obsession with immortality didn't seem to get him anywhere. Finn was still baffled and said Mash was trash-talking Innocent Zero to his face. Innocent Zero smiled and commented that Mash was still amusing. He immediately used his Times magic on Mash. It hit Mash's left hand. After that, he wondered why it didn't hurt. Suddenly his hand withered, shocking him. Even Dot screamed at this. Mash was disgusted with his hand and commented that he had old man hands. Innocent Zero explained that his magic advanced the age of anything it touched by 100 years. He stated that Mash's left hand was now useless. Our hero charged at him and moved to his back, saying he still had his right hand. Just as Mash's attack was about to hit, he noticed a barrier. He immediately halted his attack because he saw it surrounding Innocent Zero. He backs off and commented that was a close call. Innocent Zero was shown surrounded by his own magic, intensely. Finn commented that Mash couldn't punch him without aging. Our hero couldn't get close to him. Mash was in thought. Wow, this idiot can think. Just kidding. In the end, he came up with an idea. He suddenly left the room while Innocent Zero was still watching him. He went over to Doom and borrowed his sword. He returned to the room and even hit the door with the sword he was carrying. Then he posed there holding Doom's cool sword while still staring at Innocent Zero. He also bit the Khaled bulb to bend it. Doom seemed a bit hurt and said, "My sword." After that, Mash drove the sword into the ground with his strength. Innocent Zero was puzzled there. Finn also wondered why Mash did that. After Mash buried the sword, in a blink, he rushed toward Innocent Zero. He tried to punch Innocent Zero even with the aging barrier. His friends were also surprised, and Innocent Zero commented in his mind how predictable Mash's actions were. Suddenly, there was a crack on the floor and Finn noticed it. Suddenly, Mash's thrown cattleball emerged from the floor as he was punching. That was Mash's plan, to use the sword to block Innocent Zero's aging magic. Before long, our protagonist's attack landed on Innocent Zero. Orter realized what Mash had done and explained that our protagonist spun the sword underground to inflict indirect damage on Innocent Zero. Finn was stunned and asked if boomerang physics works even underground. Mash explained that iron doesn't age, so it's cool. Anyway, our protagonist was holding onto his swords. If Innocent Zero planned to fight him, he would fight back. Innocent Zero could only stare at this. Mash added that it seemed like Innocent Zero's face needed a serious talk with his fist. Innocent Zero was looking at him intently. It was shown that the solar eclipse that Innocent Zero was waiting for was already approaching. It was slowly forming as the father and son were fighting. The two of them stared at each other as if they were ready to kill each other. Innocent Zero commented on how smart Mash's move was while just staring at him. Innocent Zero immediately used the Time's snakes, and two snakes with clocks on their heads came out. Zoom was wondering if Mash's strength was enough to fight Innocent Zero. Innocent Zero sent his snake friends to our protagonist. Mash managed to dodge them easily, commenting, "Easy." The snakes kept attacking, but our protagonist was just dodging them. Mash acted like a parkour master while avoiding the snakes. He commented on how strong those snakes were. Suddenly, a snake came out from behind him and managed to bite his right hand. Mash said, "Whoopsie." When he looked at his hand, it had withered. Innocent Zero asked him if that was his best. Doom explained that among magic users, none of them could compare to Innocent Zero. And with Mash's impairment, the fight might be too heavy for him. Mash just stared. Before long, our protagonist's saliva flowed again and he seemed to lose his sanity once more. Innocent Zero was surprised at Mash's sudden change of countenance. He decided to cast his Time's magic again. However, as he was speaking, Mash suddenly kicked his shoe at him and it went straight into his mouth. He was surprised by that. However, Mash still had no way to approach him directly. When he thought he had lost the ability to use his hands and what other ways he could use, a pillar suddenly flew and hit his face. Because of that pillar, he was knocked down onto the floor. Our protagonist suddenly revealed that he was lifting another pillar with his legs. Innocent Zero was really stunned. Even our comrade's eyes widened in surprise at Mash's move. Mash suddenly swung the pillar he was holding hard and it hit Innocent Zero's head solidly. Using his body, he kept swinging the pillar at Innocent Zero. Innocent Zero commented in his mind how fast Mash was and that he needed to keep his distance. He stepped back from Mash's range, but still, he was hit in the face by the pillar. He wondered how Mash could reach him. It seemed impossible. Our protagonist was shown moving quickly using his shoulders. Mash looked like a rushing caterpillar while his body was still drifting. Finn couldn't stand what he was seeing and yelled that Mash was walking using his shoulders. Even Innocent Zero couldn't believe that he was walking using his shoulders. What? Because of this, he decided to fly. However, he was still hit in the face by the pillar Mash was carrying. When he looked there, he saw that Mash had thrown the pillar with his legs. Mash grabbed more pillars and said he had more of them. Before long, he threw a large number of pillars at Innocent Zero. All of them landed on the big boss. Finn was amazed at Mash's strength and commented in his mind that Innocent Zero was getting beaten up. It seemed like muscles were destroying magic. The father and son stared at each other again. Blood was dripping from Innocent Zero's head while Mash was just standing there dumbfounded. Innocent Zero commented that it was surprising. Mash was stronger than he thought. But it was sad because it was too late. He pointed up and showed that the eclipse was already forming. During the eclipse, he could release his real power. The moon was slowly lining up with the sun and the light of the sun was being covered by the moon. Innocent Zero suddenly had an extraordinary aura surrounding him like he was being possessed. Our comrade's eyes widened at this and even the people were alarmed. Mash asked, "So, Innocent Zero's real power only comes out during an eclipse?" In the end, he said that deal seemed kind of lame. Let's move on to the arrival of the solar eclipse. Innocent Zero's true power has been awakened. The camera zoomed in on Innocent Zero's eyes. And I don't know what else to say. It showed the 5 hearts that came from the children of Innocent Zero, and he released them there. It seemed as if those hearts had a life of their own and from them emerged tentacles. They plunged into Innocent Zero's body and it appeared they were merging with him. As this was happening, Mash just stood there, stunned. Innocent Zero felt a strange power enter him. Dot and Finn were shocked while Mash just stared. Black wings emerged from Innocent Zero, spreading an extraordinary energy. The people watched as the main character managed to eat a cream puff amidst all this. Innocent Zero seemed to have awakened as a fallen angel because of his black wings. As our comrades watched his transformation, Dot reacted with a "what the?" Innocent Zero gradually revealed this new form, and soon, a cool creature was shown that looks like a mix of demon, angel, and whatever else you could think of. It was hyped up. Innocent Zero commented that they might notice a slight change in his appearance. Well, that joke was corny. The fear of the people there was evident. Doom thought that Mash's chance of winning was gone. Suddenly, Mash said, "Oh, is he done with this nonsense?" Because of that, Innocent Zero thought, was that all Mash would say after all that? The people were concerned because of Innocent Zero's new form, but there were some who still had the courage to say they would be okay. Mash immediately charged towards Innocent Zero with an extraordinary speed, while Innocent Zero just stood there. In a blink of an eye, it seems as if Innocent Zero was just walking towards our protagonist. Suddenly, Mash vomited blood and blood splattered on his back. It was shown that Innocent Zero was holding a heart. Mash was very surprised by what happened. Even our comrades couldn't understand what happened because of its speed. As Innocent Zero held Mash's heart, our protagonist fell down. Innocent Zero said that he now has the last heart, so he can finally achieve his perfect form. He said he had no use for that world anymore. Everyone who was watching widened their eyes, unable to believe what happened. Innocent Zero said that no one could fight him, so he was going to give them all a choice. Live as his slaves or die. As he spoke, Mash stood up and felt an enormous pressure. When he turned around, Mash was ready to kick. He managed to dodge it, but he was still grazed on his cheek. As a counter, he used his times magic and blasted Mash away. In his mind, he said it was amazing. He said that people can maintain their consciousness for up to 3 minutes after their heart stops. Even though Mash's heart was removed from his body, he still managed to move. He was amazed at Mash's life force. Mash was shown to be struggling with objects impaled in his body. Our comrades were distressed about what happened to our protagonist, and suddenly, Mash spoke, so they all stopped. Mash said that he didn't even get to taste the new flavors of the winter menu of the Goblin Cream Puff. They were all dumbfounded and asked what kind of last words were those. In the end, our protagonist stopped moving, causing our comrades to scream. When Innocent Zero inserted Mash's heart into his body, he suddenly noticed something. He noticed that his hand was sweating. He wondered if his body was warning him to be careful of Mash's life force that allowed him to stand and fight even without a heart. He pointed his wand at Mash and thought that he needed to pulverize him to be safe. He charged his attack, and when he was about to release it, a wild Ochoa suddenly flew into his face. It hit him hard in the face, so he stopped. It turned out that Meliadoul had thrown Ochoa there. She explained that she did it to buy them time and hopefully it would be enough for them to make it. Innocent Zero stared at Ochoa and wondered what kind of creature it was. Ochoa was teary-eyed as he stared at Innocent Zero. Meliadoul thought in her mind that Ochoa was in charge there. Suddenly, Ochoa shouted and told Innocent Zero to let him help destroy the world. Because of that, they all just stared at Ochoa there. Innocent Zero questioned Ochoa's intentions. Suddenly, Ochoa started hitting Mash as if he had gone mad. He hurt Mash to show Innocent Zero that he was serious. After that, he kneeled and said how could he be of help to Innocent Zero, and that he would do anything as long as he would not kill him. Innocent Zero agreed, so Ochoa was happy. Innocent Zero took a stone and gave it to Ochoa. He ordered Ochoa to use that stone to smash Mash's face. Ochoa gathered his courage and approached Mash. While looking at it, he was trying to convince himself that Mash was already dead, so what he was going to do was okay. Soon after, he proceeded with it. However, a sudden projectile exploded, hitting both Innocent Zero and him. Ochoa was thrown back and Innocent Zero wondered what happened. When he turned around, he saw that Mash's body had disappeared, so he was surprised. He punched Ochoa and called him worthless because of what happened. Ochoa was thrown away and cried. Innocent Zero said that Mash surely hadn't gone far. On his side, a fast-moving projectile suddenly flew. He managed to block it with his hand, but still wondered what it was. He asked who had the audacity to challenge him. The scene then shifted to our comrades who were running. They were carrying Mash's body and Finn tried to heal him. Dot was amazed by Mash's will to live because even though he no longer had a heart, he could still breathe. Ryoh explained that the first thing they needed to do was to get out of there and give Mash to Meliadoul. Finn was at his limits while healing Mash. If they wanted to bring Mash back, they needed Meliadoul's power. But until then, they needed to escape from Innocent Zero. But the real surprise there was their unexpected savior. Hopefully, he could buy them some time. In the situation of Innocent Zero and Ochoa, they were continuously bombarded with attacks. Ochoa was wondering where those attacks were coming from. Innocent Zero thought that power was greater than an ordinary magic user. When another attack was about to hit, Innocent Zero noticed it. Innocent Zero caught the incoming attack. Looking at that magic, he noticed it was made of water. When he turned around, he recognized the person who did it. While the man was walking, he was suddenly surrounded by water. He said that he was saved by Mash from the darkness. It turned out that Domina was still alive, and he said that now he was the one who's gonna save Mash. Innocent Zero commented that he was able to survive after what happened there. In the town, Meliadoul was shown running fast, shouting that they needed to save Mash. She hurried and left Lemon and Caldo behind. In the end, our dying protagonist was shown being helped by his friends to escape from Innocent Zero. Domina explained that when he thought he was going to die in that magma, one of the divine Visionaries saved him. His current heart, like the ones Innocent Zero gave to his siblings, was made with Meliadoul's magic, but it will only last for a year. Innocent Zero then commented that this is why Domina is now on Mash's side. Domina still lacks his own will, he added. This left Domina staring. Innocent Zero added that Domina must surely know that he cannot be defeated. He's intensely looking at him. Domina's eyes widened due to the pressure from Innocent Zero. If Domina wants to fight, then it's up to him. Giving discipline is part of being a parent, he added. He released a monster and said that he would teach Mash and Domina not to defy him. Innocent Zero used Darkness Basket. Domina was surprised and noticed that it was coming at him. He prepared to catch it, but to his surprise, it just avoided him. In the next scene, it was shown that the smoke reached our comrades. Ryoh asked what it was. It was dark magic. Dot decided to just charge at it. However, when his hands and feet touched the smoke, they seemed to be burned. The terrifying smoke was going to consume them, so Dot was afraid and started screaming. Rayne said they needed to go back. We returned to Innocent Zero, who said our comrades can't get far and Domina is just wasting his time there. He asked him if he was going to continue. Domina quickly used his magic, Water's Narwhal, and sent it towards Innocent Zero's attack. In response, Innocent Zero used Darkness Snake and destroyed Domina's magic. Innocent Zero commented that Domina has learned another new spell. He's always been amazed by his talent. However, he will never match him. His attack hit Domina, who was flung against the wall very hard. In Innocent Zero's mind, he said that Domina can't attack the basket as long as he stands there. He said he gave their comrades time for what? He was born as a tool and seems not very useful. Domina cast his spell again, but Innocent Zero easily countered it. Even though he was thrown off, Domina quickly cast his magic again. Innocent Zero rained swords and they hit Domina. It was shown here that Domina seemed to be stabbed with a needle. Innocent Zero said that there's no point in Domina continuing and he should be smart enough to understand that. Domina said it's not pointless and quickly cast magic again. Suddenly water rose behind Innocent Zero, surprising him. He realized that Domina used his previous attack to bring water behind him to destroy the basket without him noticing. However, all he needed to do was kill Domina. He used Time's Dial and the clock hand hit Domina's body. It hit him solidly on the sides, causing Domina to be flung and fall. In Innocent Zero's mind, he said that Domina had no chance there and should have seen it, so now he's going to die like a fool. Domino was shown bleeding due to his sustained injury. As he was gasping for breath, he recalled Mash's words. In his mind, he admitted to being cruel to Mash, but Mash forgave him for his overwhelming kindness. However, he didn't want to be forgiven while still carrying the shame of his past self. He strained to reach his wand and thought that he wanted to be able to apologize directly to Mash. Suddenly, his massive magic surged out. He used Water's Narwhal again and managed to hit Innocent Zero's monster. Because of this, Innocent Zero couldn't believe that Domino could still use such powerful magic while on the verge of death. Meanwhile, Ochoa was shown watching from a corner. As for the situation, the black smoke blocking our comrades has disappeared, allowing them to continue their escape. While Domino was losing his life, he thought he could now proudly call himself Mash's friend. Until his last breath, he thought of his friendship with Mash. In the next scene, our comrades reached a bridge. They were still rushing to get Mash to Meliadoul, while Innocent Zero was also in action. In Ryo's mind, he thought that a lot of time had passed since Mash lost his heart, which was dangerous. If they were caught by Innocent Zero, it would be their end. They couldn't afford any delay. However, they were met by a path blocked by debris. They needed magic to remove those. Orter suddenly stepped forward and used his magic to clear the way. Despite his bleeding body, he still cast the magic. After that, Orter directed Dot to move. Suddenly, he knelt down and coughed. When he looks at his hand, he was also coughing blood. He said he would follow Dot's group. In Finn's mind, he thought they would be okay as long as nothing else happened. They could get Mash to Meliadoul and everything would be okay, just as long as nothing happens. However, when he looked back, he saw that they were being chased by a horde of goblins. Those creatures were going wild while running towards them. Finn just closed his eyes and said he just wanted to go home. As the monsters charged, they thought they couldn't outrun them due to their injuries. Lance tried to use his Graviole, but it didn't work because his power was depleted. The monster he attacked countered. Finn thought they were not in a fighting condition and they still had to consider Mash. They wouldn't be able to face that many enemies. They were alarmed as the creatures got closer. Suddenly, Dot was startled and soon there was an explosion on the bridge. As they watched, our comrades were stunned. It turned out that Orter had destroyed the bridge, separating himself with the monsters from Mash's group. Dot then yelled, asking what Orter was doing. Orter said he would take care of it. Orter said to look at the monsters, they were wounded. Dot said that Orter was being irrational and would just die there. Orter questioned their statements and said it was far-fetched. He based his decision on the reasoning that protecting Mash was the most logical thing to do, so they should just go. As they absorbed the event, it wasn't long before our comrades accepted it. Before they left, Dot suddenly shouted Orter's name. Dot said that Orter should make sure that he lives because there's still a lot he can teach them. Orter then called Dot and Lance, making them stare at him. He praised the two for defeating Innocent Zero's third child, and because of that, the best friends had nothing to say. As they tried to accept Orter's decision, Dot shouted that Orter should make sure he catches up with them. One of the monsters commented, asking if Orter didn't know that the half-dead magic user would just die against all of them. The monster attacked Orter, making him fall. One of them mocked him, saying he was very weak. The monster screamed, saying that they should kill Orter. They called Orter a lunatic because he would die for nothing. While being beaten, Orter contemplates that even if Mash survives, their chances of victory remain slim. He also worries about his friends. He now questions himself for risking his life just to try to prevent the inevitable. When he looks at his past, he believes it was not that bad. Meanwhile, Dot is shown to be forcing himself to accept leaving Orter behind. In Orter's mind, he says he always tries to do the most logical thing. However, he thinks he was wrong to gamble his life in a no-win scenario while holding onto the hope that the man he tried to kill can save them. And all he could do there is to keep fighting until his body turns to ashes. Orter once again releases magic, which confuses the enemy monsters. He thinks to himself that the rest is up to Mash. And finally, Dot and our protagonist are shown to have found the exit.
We return with the dying Mash and his friends. It showed Mash lying in bed, with Meliadoul rushing towards him.
Our protagonist is unconscious and blood is coming out of his mouth. Meliadoul said that she would take care of it. She showed a small box, and when she opened it, she brought out a peculiar object. Ryoh was staring at it, and Meliadoul immediately inserted that object into our protagonist's chest, which surprised Ryoh. Meliadoul explained that it's an artificial heart, and it was made by Digitails by Wizarding, the witch of the Eastern Forest. It reportedly has a high rejection rate and requires 66.6 hours of complete bed rest for the patient before it can be implanted. And even if the transplant is successful, the hearts will only last a week, and after that, Mash would experience unexplainable pain until he eventually dies because of it. Finn screamed out, stating that they couldn't wait for 66.6 hours because Innocent Zero was coming. Meliadoul then said they had no choice but to hold off Innocent Zero until then. She was sure that Mash was fighting just as hard as they were. Suddenly, someone broke the wall, surprising Meliadoul. It turns out that it was Innocent Zero, who said he sensed Mash's presence. He was with the traitor Ochoa. Meliadoul had hidden Mash behind her. They were told to hand Mash over to him. Dot responded as they prepared to fight, they won't do it. Innocent Zero said, and flicked his wand. A huge amount of dark energy immediately burst out towards Dot. The path was damaged by that attack. After the smoke subsided, Innocent Zero noticed something. It was shown that Meliadoul had blocked his attack using her fists. She stated that as long as Mash hadn't fully recovered, he was under her protection. Innocent Zero was left staring. In the next scene, our protagonist was shown in a bright place. He wondered where he was. Suddenly, he noticed something in front of him, and when he turned around, he saw a huge door and a being asking him why he was there. Thorns on his head, halo. Can we call him a godlike being in this story? Mash then stated that he was looking for a way back to where he came from. The godlike being explained that Mash was already dead. Our protagonist questioned, is it true? The godlike being commented that it wasn't the reaction he was expecting. Mash then said that he could not be dead because there were still things he hadn't finished. The godlike being asked what those things were. Mash explained that he needs to restore peace, or something like that. The godlike being was left staring. After a while, he said that it might be possible to bring Mash back to the world. Mash responded with, really? The godlike being said on one condition. Mash asked what it was. He said that Mash needs to leave what's most important to him there. Mash then questioned, the most important thing to me. The godlike being explained that Mash would get another chance to live. Even though it's temporary, Mash still has to pay the price. Nothing in this world is free. Each move in life comes with a trade-off. Life itself is a series of deals. Mash will supposedly get a chance to restore peace. It's only natural to pay a price equal to that opportunity. He considered that amount as the most valuable thing for Mash, so what can Mash give in return? Soon, Mash handed over a cream puff, saying that it was the most important thing for him. The place fell silent, and the godlike being stared in surprise. Suddenly, the door opened and many black hands came out and wrapped around Mash. The godlike being pointed out that what's most important to Mash are his bonds. As the hands pull in Mash's friends, the godlike being explained that once the door devours him, it will take all of Mash's memories of his friends and family, and they too will forget about Mash. Mash should leave everything behind. Then he will be given the chance he requested. As he resisted entry in the door, Mash's eyes widened in shock. Mash slowly entered the door and the godlike being thought Mash's attempt was futile. As the door closed, he explained that this door of demands exists beyond the physical world. Mash is not above its rules. As he said this, Mash's hand suddenly came out of the door, surprising the godlike being. As Mash gradually opened the door, he said he didn't like what he was hearing. The godlike being began to sweat, disbelieving what he saw. In the end, Mash managed to escape from a door he should not have been able to defy. The godlike being was left speechless. Mash explained that he couldn't give up the most important thing to him, but he needed the godlike being to resurrect him. The godlike being asked if he had been listening to what he had said earlier. Mash replied that he did. Sort of. but he was not good with deals, costs, and other complicated things like that. After that, more hands started wrapping around Mash, and he commented, "No go, huh?" The godlike being said that with so many hands, Mash surely won't be able to escape. Nevertheless, our hero continued to resist being pulled in, and even the door itself started to shake. The godlike being uttered an as the door structure began to crumble. He said, "Again? And the whole door this time? Actually, no, don't do that." It continued to break down, making the godlike being shout out. Eventually, the magical door completely collapsed. The godlike being was left speechless and could only say that the door had stood for countless millennia. Mash said that he just wanted to live peacefully with everyone, and he won't stop until he achieves that. Mash bowed his head and asked this of the godlike being. The godlike being stared and eventually agreed. The godlike being explained that in his entire life, he had never met anyone like Mash. That meant that Mash had convinced him. He would bring Mash back to life, making our hero say, "Wow, thanks." Godlike being explained that the world outside that place is about to be destroyed. In that case, the godlike being set a new condition for Mash's return. Our protagonist needs to save the world. He would be shocked if the people he created were to disappear completely. So there, he is indeed the god of Mash's world since he made the people. Our protagonist was delighted about this. But before they proceed, Mash wants to make another request. Because of that, the godlike being asks if he was serious. What was up with Mash's high and mighty attitude? Mash wanted to get the reps first before he comes back because he needs stronger muscles if he needs to win. The godlike being wondered, here? Right now? In the next scene, we return to the face-off between Meliadoul and Innocent Zero. Innocent Zero commented, "Did Meliadoul think he could be defeated in that state?" After that, he immediately used his time's magic and released a large attack towards Meliadoul. It destroyed a large part of that castle. Within the smoke, Meliadoul suddenly commented and said Innocent Zero did get stronger. Too strong, in fact. The boss was surprised. Meliadoul added that possessing such great power would be the reason for his downfall. Meliadoul appeared holding a staff. Innocent Zero identified Meliadoul's item as the Molly Staff, the legendary staff that defeated Circle, the Witch of Darkness. And it is the mortal enemy of dark magic users like Innocent Zero. Meliadoul yelled and told Innocent Zero to feel his own power hitting his body. Meliadoul copied Innocent Zero's time's magic and directed it at him. Our comrades were amazed and commented that Meliadoul managed to release all the magic stored in an instant. As the powerful attack approached Innocent Zero, he simply said, "Huh." He used magic and easily countered it, as if he would be affected by it. Suddenly, Meliadoul was behind him, which surprised him. Meliadoul charged the staff and pointed it at his back. Meliadoul commented, "Even at point-blank range?" Meliadoul again unleashed Innocent Zero's time's magic at him, but this time she did it up close. A very powerful attack enveloped the area, knocking back our comrades. Ochoa was worried about Meliadoul. The place filled with smoke, and when it cleared, the devastated place was shown. Upon getting up, Finn noticed something that shocked him. He saw Meliadoul lying in a corner, badly bleeding. Ochoa was surprised and Dot asked where Innocent Zero had gone. Then they saw him floating in the air while staring at them. Dot couldn't believe how he managed to survive. Ryoh explained that he reversed it. Innocent Zero rewound time to change the outcome of the battle and alter the results in his favor. The time magic affects a wide area, so that incident also spread devastation. It wouldn't work on a top-class magic user. Innocent Zero probably found a way to only affect the flow of time between him and Meliadoul. He didn't expect Innocent Zero to become so much stronger. In Finn's mind, he was saying if that was the case, if he could control time itself, they couldn't do anything to stop him. Innocent Zero came down, so Ryoh told them to get ready. However, he suddenly appeared behind them and immediately attacked them using the sharp hands of the clock. In the end, Innocent Zero said that no remaining soul can stop him now. We moved to Innocent Zero shattering the wands of Rayne and Ryoh. He said that even though they're injured, they are still Visionaries. He won't let them go. Ochoa, on the other hand, was shown observing the situation. He couldn't believe that Meliadoul and the other Divine Visionaries were defeated. After a bit of thought, he stated that he's glad he sided with Innocent Zero and that it was the best decision he ever made. Why, you little... He indeed escaped death there. Innocent Zero then stated that now nothing will stand in his way, and this is indeed the end. Ochoa said he will serve as a loyal butler and be his number 2 in world domination. They said they would travel during summer and warm up by the fireplace with a case during winter. Life, they said, is about finding the right person to follow. The result, they said, is what matters. And that means, they said, he made the right decision, didn't he? Innocent Zero went to Mash in the middle of a ruined place, and he saw something blocking our protagonist. While he was holding it, he said that Mash was being protected by magic. He said it was a stalling tactic, but it was a pathetic tactic. He immediately destroyed the blockage there using his power. He stared at our lying protagonist. He lifted his wand and gathered power, and said that was the end. While looking at Mash, Ochoa seemed very nervous. Suddenly, someone flicked their wand there and cast Graviola at Innocent Zero. Even Ochoa was hit by that attack. Serves you right, traitor. Turns out Mash's best friends, Lance, Dot, and Finn are standing again. Lance said there that it's not over yet. Innocent Zero commented that he brought them back to life, but they still fight him. Ochoa wondered why they were still resisting. Suddenly, he noticed Meliadoul. When he looked there, she was staring at him. He was called by her, so he answered, but he pointed out that he was already on Innocent Zero's side. Meliadoul should keep quiet, he said, or people might think they're friends. Meliadoul then explained that ever since they met, Ochoa was the worst. He is the human form of trash, or better yet, or in this case worse, the trash of all trash. He lies and befriends people only to use and betray them. To save himself, he would do anything. He is the filth you see at the bottom of a pot when you boil down humanity to its worst elements. No one else is less worthy of love. Because of that, Ochoa commented that Meliadoul really let it all out. Suddenly, Meliadoul said, nevertheless, and we suddenly moved to their backstory. Meliadoul was shown to have found Ochoa in a corner with the trash. She took him in, cared for him, bathed him, and so on. One day, Ochoa stole a loaf of bread from a bakery. When she followed him, she saw that Ochoa did that to feed a puppy. Despite all of Ochoa's character, Meliadoul knew he wasn't evil. Even though he cheats in life, there's a part of him that fails to follow through. And that's why Meliadoul could never hate him. He is one of the most human souls she knew. That includes his inner ugliness. Ochoa stared at that. Before long, Meliadoul told him to escape, so he was surprised. Meliadoul explained that Innocent Zero would kill Ochoa after all of this. For him, Ochoa was nothing, something that can be killed or enslaved. Ochoa understood that, so Ochoa should leave and find a cave to live in and survive. Ochoa said Meliadoul was right, and if he stayed there, he would only die as an afterthought. He ran away and thanked Meliadoul for everything. As he ran away, Meliadoul watched him. She commented that when you've known someone for a long time, their flaws don't matter, because in the end, you still love them. While running, Ochoa thought he felt bad for Meliadoul, but he needed to survive. Our comrades were fighting Innocent Zero while that was happening. In his mind, there was nothing wrong with that. All people put themselves first. When Innocent Zero cast darkness, our comrades dodged it, so it suddenly went towards Ochoa. Because of that, he was surprised and thought he didn't want to die yet. When it was about to hit, Lance countered it with Graviola, saving Ochoa. Ochoa thanks him and Lance told him to leave. But before he left, Ochoa had something to say, so Lance told him to just hurry up. Ochoa asked why Lance was protecting a traitor like him. Lance explained that he didn't want to live in a way that would hurt his sister's feelings. Ochoa stared at that. Lance added that it's because he's obsessed with her. Ochoa responded with, "Ah, is that so?" When Ochoa was about to leave again, Lance said that if he couldn't do that, he might as well die. Ochoa paused at that point and recalled Meliadoul giving him his gator suit. While they were getting beaten, Lance remembered Meliadoul calling him a coward and a scaredy cat, suggesting that he wear that gator suit. Because of this, he clutched his clothes and thought about Meliadoul. Meanwhile, Rayne and Ryoh decided to approach Mash and seemed to be plotting something. They intend to give Mash the remaining magic to speed up his recovery. Rayne reached out his hand and began to energize Mash. He wished in his mind that Mash would return to them. They needed him. Innocent Zero commented that despite their injuries, what were they hoping to achieve against him? Innocent Zero immediately showered his magic towards Finn, but he managed to dodge it. In Finn's mind, he agreed with Innocent Zero. All Finn could do was buy a little time. Nevertheless, Mash had given him, a coward, a reason to grow and change. He had saved him over and over. So now he would save Mash. When Innocent Zero's attack was about to hit him, he quickly used changes to swap positions. Innocent Zero managed to block his own attack and commented on Finn's agility. Dot followed up with his magic to protect Finn. He'd take it from there. He immediately used the machine gun X-Plom and showered Innocent Zero with attacks. The floor was destroyed due to that attack, so Innocent Zero decided to fly. However, Dot saw this and filled the air with his magic. Innocent Zero noticed that Dot was doing this to prevent him from escaping. In Dot's mind, he said he wasn't like Mash with monster-like strength. He didn't fit the main character role. While transforming, he said he would never let himself be overshadowed without achieving real success. He would give his all, just like our hero, so they could play board games together again and visit the city shops. While attacking, he thought they would graduate from Easton together. Dot fiercely released his attacks towards Innocent Zero. However, the big boss easily stopped it. Innocent Zero returned the attack to him and prepared to attack again. Suddenly, Lance's gravial magic fell on Innocent Zero. Because of this, the big boss eyes widened. Lance commented that he had said earlier that it wasn't over. Innocent Zero noticed that one of them was a decoy, while one was restraining him and another was moving to attack. He noted it was a decent, albeit patchwork formation. Suddenly, the gravity magic Lance was sending him became heavier, surprising him. Innocent Zero seemed to carry the weight of the world due to Lance's graviole. While doing this, Lance said that if they hadn't met Mash, saving his sister might not have taken that long. However, he doubted he could face Anna with his head held high. While giving his all, he said it was an honor to meet our hero. A rare magical energy emerged from Lance, enveloping his body and where he stood. Innocent Zero was stunned to see Lance had so much power despite being full of injuries. It showed that a very powerful attack from Lance would fall on him. He wondered if Sister Complex was really just a first-year student. The attack hit him, and his body bowed down due to its strength. Lance used Graviole Chain Epicarus and released a barrage of gravity force on Innocent Zero. The whole place was destroyed due to the extraordinary strength of Lance's Graviole magic. While this was happening, Rayne and Ryoh continued to give their energy to Mash. Rayne fainted and fell. He had exhausted his remaining power. But they managed to increase the chances of Mash returning to his full strength, and now he too had reached his limit. In the end, Ryoh also fell, saying that Mash would handle what's next. We turn to Lance's attack hitting Innocent Zero. When the smoke cleared, it was shown that the big boss there didn't even get a scratch. It was clear that Lance was weakening because he no longer had any remaining magic. Innocent Zero commented that Lance could struggle as much as he wanted, but he could not change his fate. He attacked Lance using his Time's magic and it hit Lance in the stomach. It went through Lance's body and not long after, he fell. Innocent Zero said he was surprised at how they were still trying to resist. While Lance was lying down, Innocent Zero suddenly noticed something. When he looked at it, he saw that Lance was still trying to stand up and saying that it wasn't over yet. Despite having the hands of a clock embedded in his body, Lance was still able to stand up and say that he could still fight. Innocent Zero's eyes widened and he wondered why Lance was still getting up. Lance said that the fight wasn't over until Mash returns. Despite all of his injuries, Lance was still able to fight with fire in his eyes. In due time, Lance would undoubtedly reach the upper echelons of the Visionaries and be, like Mash, a danger to Innocent Zero. He needed to make sure that Lance dies here and now. Innocent Zero was preparing to attack again, but he heard something on his side, so he looked over there. When he looked, he saw Ochoa walking towards him. He was staring at Ochoa. Courage was visible in Ochoa's eyes to face the big boss. The place fell silent and everyone looked at him. Suddenly, Ochoa started to shake and seemed to stammer. While shaking, he said they were very foolish because they surely wouldn't win there and would only die. Yet they were still there, bravely risking their lives to protect people they didn't even know. As he gathered courage, Lance tearfully said not to expect him to run away at such a time. Innocent Zero wondered what Ochoa was hoping to achieve there. Ochoa immediately used his magic Alligatzis and transformed into an alligator. He suddenly bit something and revealed that he had taken Mash. He ran quickly and planned to outrun Innocent Zero with our protagonist. Ochoa turned into a race car and ran quickly away from that place. However, Innocent Zero easily caught up with him. He immediately attacked him using his times magic. Because of that, he was thrown off while carrying Mash, but he refused to let go of our hero. He tried to outrun Innocent Zero again and used Alligatz's boost. However, he was just hit again by Innocent Zero's attack. While being thrown off, he thought to himself that it hurt and he wanted to go home. But not now. Now is the day that he would act. He reiterated what Ryoh and Lance said about rescuing their friends, and he declared that he won't stop saving Mash in order to be proud of himself. He courageously continued to save our protagonist, but despite his efforts, he was easily pursued by Innocent Zero, who stated that he doesn't have time for games. He was immediately attacked again, causing him and Mash to be thrown off. He was returned to his previous form and he ultimately let go of Mash. While being heavily beaten, Ochoa asked everyone for forgiveness. He admitted that he failed to give them time. He confessed that he betrayed them and that he didn't even manage to make amends. While sobbing, he apologized for being useless. "That's okay, Ochoa. We forgive you. Please don't make my friend cry." Innocent Zero commented that Ochoa was the smartest among them when he betrayed his equally weak comrades. In the end, his efforts were futile. As Innocent Zero trash-talked and called Ochoa a worthless piece of trash, a fist suddenly flew towards him. Soon enough, it solidly hit his face, causing his eyes to widen. As Ochoa watched, the man questioned who Innocent Zero thinks he is to call other people trash. Not long after, it turned out that our protagonist had awakened again, and he said that Innocent Zero would get nothing from acting high and mighty but a beating. Innocent Zero was then left staring in disbelief, while relief was visible on Ochoa's face. The two most powerful characters in this story locked eyes once again. Finn couldn't believe that Mash was awake because 66.6 hours had not yet passed. Mash explained that he told his friends in the afterlife that he was in a hurry, so they sped things up for him. Finn seemed to lose his vitality and could only ask, "So that's all that happened? Wow!" Our other companions were also left staring in surprise. Mash then threw Ochoa towards Finn to save him. Innocent Zero asked him if he had planned anything before returning. Mash said that he would do weight training so he'd be fine. Innocent Zero commented that this doesn't mean he would suddenly become stronger. Suddenly, someone yelled Innocent Zero's name from a corner. The man declared that he had lost his family because of Innocent Zero. He screamed that he would kill Innocent Zero and cast his needle's magic. A large needle flew towards Innocent Zero, but he easily stopped it with his times rate. Innocent Zero simply blocked the attack with his finger. The man was surprised that the movement was extremely slow. Innocent Zero commented that the weak spell was enough to deal with that man. As the attack was nearing the man, he tried to run. Nonetheless, he noticed his own movements had become incredibly slow too, leading him to wonder what was happening to him. Before long, his own attack hit him. Finn commented that Innocent Zero's magic can slow down time. Everything he does seems like cheating. Mash immediately rushed in and said, "I will avenge you, unknown man." Innocent Zero used Time's rate again. Gradually, our protagonist's movement slowed down until it almost looked like he wasn't moving at all. Innocent Zero prepared to attack again, declaring this to be the end. He aimed his wand at Mash and launched his attack. Unexpectedly, Mash managed to dodge his magic. Because of this, Innocent Zero was wide-eyed. He thought to himself, commenting that it was impossible. Mash managed to dodge even when his movements were extremely slow. He released more attacks and said that this time Mash would not be able to dodge them. After pointing all the hands of the clock at Mash, he sent them flying towards him. Just as they were about to hit, Mash pulled off a move straight out of the Matrix. Innocent Zero was astounded that Mash managed to dodge all his attacks. Suddenly, Mash was right in front of him, which surprised him. While his eyes widened, Innocent Zero thought that his times rate decreased the passage of time for a single target by 1/100. As Mash's punch was landing on him, he thought that to a normal person, it would feel like time had stopped. He was utterly baffled as to why Mash could still move. Finally, Mash's punch hit him, sending him flying. He couldn't believe what was happening. Looking at our protagonist, it seemed like he was mocking him by dancing. He wondered what had happened. Our magical commentator, Finn, came back and said he knew exactly what was going on. Mash was just moving incredibly fast. Because of his speeds, he was able to counteract Innocent Zero's slowing effect. In other words, strength conquers all. Innocent Zero said that Mash certainly couldn't have gained such power in a short time. He then asked, what has he done? Mash explained that as he had said earlier, he lifted weights. And he had done this for a whole year with the godlike being. Finn was utterly astonished. All Mash did in that year was wake up, eat, work out, and repeat. Time moved so slowly there, which was very weird. Innocent Zero questioned what nonsense this was. Could training in the mindscape really bring about physical results? Or perhaps the godlike being had directly granted Mash the power. The godlike being was shown, and when the camera zoomed in on him, he confirmed that he did it as a joke. Mash said that was the whole story. But if you ask him if his strength is enough to defeat a person who can control time while gripping his fist, he said that his answer to that would be a resounding yes. In the end, Innocent Zero's eyes widened at Mash's threat, and he remarked how interesting that was. Let's turn to him punching Innocent Zero in the face. He stared at it as if belittling it. Innocent Zero said that if that's what Mash wanted, then that would be their last fight. Suddenly, Innocent Zero felt something in his body and said it seemed he had adjusted. He had adjusted to the 6th heart he got from Mash, and now he could achieve a more distant evolution. Mash commented that Innocent Zero had stolen it from him. It wasn't Innocent Zero's to take. That wasn't good. Finn then shouted, of course, Innocent Zero was a bad person, and it was time for our hero to do something about it. Mash agreed and immediately kicked Innocent Zero's wand. Innocent Zero was surprised and asked why his power didn't work. Mash caught his wand and soon after, broke it. Innocent Zero's eyes widened, and even Finn and Ochoa were shocked at the brutality. Mash wasn't finished yet. He threw Innocent Zero's wand on the floor and started stomping on it. While Innocent Zero watched, he continued. Finn and Ochoa could only scream at the brutality. After stomping on it, Mash picked it up and put it in a bag. Then he gave it back to Innocent Zero. Bruh, Mash is toying the big boss. You could see the surprise on Innocent Zero's face. Ochoa and Finn screamed even more. After that, Mash posed and said it seems magic users like Innocent Zero can't do anything without their wands. Just as Innocent Zero was about to speak, Mash's punch landed. He was punched so hard that he ended up on the floor. Finn was surprised. Dot asked if that was what took down Innocent Zero. Lance and Meliadoul were also staring. Innocent Zero was shown lying still, seemingly not moving anymore. While Finn and Mash were looking, Ochoa wanted to say something. He asked if any of them also heard the disgusting crackling sound he heard. While staring at Innocent Zero, we saw a large stone behind his head. Innocent Zero's blood started to drip slowly as Mash watched. Soon, Innocent Zero's blood spread. Mash was still staring. And because of this, Finn thought Mash had killed Innocent Zero. Finn shivered in fear, explaining he knew Innocent Zero was a bad person, but to kill him, Images of what could happen next flashed through Mash's mind. It showed Mash being locked up, having interview moments, and the news spreading. Because of this, Mash was depressed and said he didn't mean to do what he did. Suddenly, black energy emerged from Innocent Zero, which surprised Meliadoul. Dot could sense his magic power. The stone on Innocent Zero's forehead cracked, and Lance commented that he didn't like the feeling of it. The stone slowly shattered and soon a bright light emerged. A rare power emerged from Innocent Zero's forehead and spreads everywhere. Dot noticed and said he thought they had defeated him. Everyone was alarmed and stared at Innocent Zero's transformation. They showed an alien-like creature that looked like a god. The eyes of our comrades widened. Suddenly, Innocent Zero spoke and thanked them. He needed immense power to break the seal and reach a more distant evolution. Now he said he had reached perfection. Mash was shown digging a grave for Innocent Zero. Soon our hero noticed and quickly covered up the hole he was digging. Innocent Zero was staring. Mash commented that it was a good thing. He seemed to feel lighter and said he was happy that Innocent Zero was still alive. Finn was worried because Mash would have hidden his body if he hadn't come back to life. People also saw Innocent Zero's transformation and asked what kind of creature he was, and his magic power had changed drastically. He was beautiful to look at. He seemed to be like a god. Crazy! Innocent Zero explained that he had surpassed human form and has become a new deity. He said he now stood at the top of all magic. He was the one who ruled the heavens and the earth. He created from nothing. He controlled the flow of life. According to him, humans can do nothing when faced with a being of absolute power, and all they can do is witness and accept his inevitability. People were extremely frightened. One by one, they knelt and praised Innocent Zero. Mash and Innocent Zero locked eyes once again, as if they could not understand what was happening. Suddenly, Mash commented, asking Innocent Zero not to use such profound words. Innocent Zero raised his hand and the wand formed. He said it had begun, and immediately cast Darkness, Disaster. A massive black sphere appeared and he sent it towards our protagonist. People were stunned as this happened. Mash, on the other hand, extended his hand, used his finger extensor's magic, and positioned himself as if he were about to flick. Mash stored power in his finger, as Meliadoul explained that by using the thumb, one could increase the pressure on the flicking finger. By releasing that energy, it could be unleashed in a single, shocking burst of pain. Mash continued to store energy in his finger while Meliadoul explained that obviously, the more pressure you accumulate, the greater the power you can release. When Innocent Zero's attack was about to hit Mash, he flicked his finger and used Gaia Burst. Innocent Zero's attack vanished with just a flick from Mash. Meliadoul said that it was a finishing technique worthy of Mash's otherworldly muscles. After Mash's flick, his finger started bleeding. Innocent Zero immediately released another Darkness Disaster. Mash flicked the ground to dodge the attack, which Finn noticed. While airborne, with the flying stones, Mash grabbed them. He continued doing this to approach Innocent Zero. Finn noticed this again. Innocent Zero brushed away the stones, which Finn noticed again. Finn is incredible, he notices everything. Innocent Zero was puzzled because he couldn't see Mash when the stones were removed. It turns out that Mash was acting like Spider-Man on one of the stones. Mash jumped from that stone to get closer to Innocent Zero. Mash positioned himself to flick again, but Innocent Zero just said, "Weak." Ah, trash talk. Suddenly, Innocent Zero stopped time, leaving our protagonist immobilized. It seems as if Mash had turned into a statue beside Innocent Zero. Innocent Zero pointed his wand at Mash and explained that his magic gave him dominion over time. Mash reportedly had no magic. The truth, he stated, would tell Mash everything he needed to know. Innocent Zero once again cast his darkness magic, this time directly at our protagonist. As the magic splattered, Mash declared that it wasn't over yet. Finally, Innocent Zero proclaimed it was over, while Mash was struggling to resist his incredibly powerful attack. We move on to the impacts of Innocent Zero's attack on him. It's shown there that Finn is also thrown off, and when he looks at our protagonist, he sees him still standing after receiving Innocent Zero's extraordinary attack. Mash stares at Innocent Zero as he gasps for breath. Not long after, he kneels due to the intensity of the big boss's attack. Innocent Zero comments that Mash used his body to block his attack and limit the casualties. Mash then removes his bracelet again, causing the ground beneath him to crumble. Mash activates full muscles mode and declares that it's not over yet. He says if he can get close to Innocent Zero, he will win. He tries to defeat Innocent Zero, but he just sends more darkness magic, laughing at Mash's weakness. Mash manages to land properly and immediately positions himself to flick again. He jumps in form towards Mash. Finn notices this. Mash manages to dodge Innocent Zero's attack, but when he turns around, there's another attack following. He is hit once more by Innocent Zero's attack, causing him to fall to the ground. He also vomits blood because of this. Finn comments that Mash can't get close to him. Our protagonist stands up again, showing he is covered in injuries with blood dripping from his body. Innocent Zero calls Mash a lunatic because despite the large gap between them, he continues to stand. Ochoa and Finn stared at this scene. In Finn's mind, he says that all of Mash's companions are tired, both physically and magically. Even Mash himself can't do anything about it. A single blast from Innocent Zero's spell could crush them all, and he's just rapid firing them. Moreover, Innocent Zero can't control time. What can they do about this? They can't win. Innocent Zero says that it's the end, and as our protagonist lies on the ground. Suddenly, Mash stands up again and prepares to flick. However, before he can move, Innocent Zero quickly launches an attack towards him. He is thrown off by the intensity of his magic. Mash is knocked down again, but as Innocent Zero stares at him, our hero continues to stand. Our protagonist gets up once more and gets ready to flick again. Innocent Zero questions if Mash really is going to try again. He says that a simple flick is not enough to combat his magic. While in form, Mash remembers his loved ones. His father Ryoh, the divine Visionaries, Meliadoul, Wahlberg and Ochoa, his best friends Lemon, Lance, Dot, and Finn. Innocent Zero comments if Mash doesn't understand that his struggle is futile. Innocent Zero releases another big black sphere and states that he will sacrifice them all for his ambition. Mash says he just needs to get close to Innocent Zero. Mash jumps again, and Meliadoul notices that he's holding all his power for that one blow. Suddenly, Innocent Zero's attack is right in front of Mash. Because of this, Meliadoul thinks that Mash won't make it. As Innocent Zero's attack was about to hit Mash, unexpectedly, the big boss's attack veers off, surprising our hero. His eyes widened in surprise. It's shown that Innocent Zero's hand also pointed in another direction. In his mind, he says his hand is possessed. It moved on its own. His hand suddenly bends in the wrong way. He questioned who is behind this. Our hero is once again surprised. The arrivals say that they understand Mash needs help. Before long, our other companions such as Abel, Abyss, Margaret, Carpaccio, and Lavis have arrived, and Abel says to Mash to let them help. Innocent Zero says and immediately releases his darkness magic. Abyss used Accelerates to save our hero from the attack. Abyss explains that they will take Mash closer to Innocent Zero, and our hero should just focus on giving it his all. Mash expresses his gratitude, and Abyss explains that he is happy to be helping Mash. Innocent Zero attacks again to stop our companions. However, his attack veers off again, causing it to miss. It turns out that Abel has controlled his hand again using his puppet magic. He noticed this and decided to kill Abel first. Suddenly, a North Polarity sign appears on his face and he is hit by a powerful projectile. Because of this, he wonders what it is. It's revealed that Lavis is responsible and he's shouting. He tells our hero that he was defeated by him, so our protagonist should make sure not to lose to Innocent Zero. Lavis sends lasers towards Innocent Zero again, but he deflects them quickly with his darkness magic. As Innocent Zero counterattacks, his hand suddenly starts to bleed. Blood drips from his hand, and when he turns to see who's responsible, Carpaccio is shown stabbing himself. He continues to stab himself to injure Innocent Zero. Innocent Zero calls them annoying. When he turns around, he sees Abyss quickly approaching him. He immediately attacks him using his darkness magic. Abyss tries to parry it, but due to its power, he couldn't handle it. Margaret snaps and it's shown that she's carrying Mash. She'll take care of the remaining distance. Innocent Zero bombards them with countless attacks, but due to Margaret's speed, she easily evades them all. No matter how much Innocent Zero tries, he cannot hit the speedy Margaret. Even Finn is amazed at her speed. Margaret brags and says her speed is so great, it's sinful. The two slowly get closer while Innocent Zero attacks, and soon they reach behind him. However, Margaret did not expect Innocent Zero to be able to catch up with her speed. Innocent Zero quickly used his darkness magic, releasing a massive projectile that hits our two comrades. As smoke envelopes the two, Innocent Zero just stares. He felt his spell connected, so he believes that it's over. As the smoke clears, it's revealed that only Margaret fell, surprising him. Suddenly, Mash appears behind him and used finger extensor magic. Innocent Zero realized that Margaret took his attack to send Mash to him. While falling, Margaret tells Mash to give Innocent Zero a hard time. Mash immediately used Gaia Burst, while Innocent Zero is still turning around. Nevertheless, Innocent Zero manages to cast Time Stop, and he stops time again. Because of this magic, he halts everything happening around him. He said our hero never gives up. He apparently praises him for his resilience. It has taken him this far. He points his wand at Mash and says, however, that his control over time means no one can defeat him. He prepares to attack and says the next spell is at its highest level of power, and as he is about to release it, he suddenly noticed something. Suddenly, blood pours from his eyes. He also starts coughing up blood and even his right eye is bleeding. When he looks at his chest, he sees that Mash's finger has managed to touch it. He then explains that the possible fastest reaction time of a human is 0.1 second, which means there exists a 0.1 second lag between his thinking and the casting of his spell. Mash released his finger faster than 0.1 second, and he started his attack the moment he noticed his presence. He recalls Smash's words about how he could defeat him. As his eyes bleed, he realizes that Mash risked everything to finish it within just 0.1 second. In the end, our hero's incredibly powerful flick finally hits, releasing a rare burst of energy. We focus on the impacts of his Gaia burst on Innocent Zero. While in flight, it was shown that his body was bleeding profusely. Before long, it was shown that Innocent Zero's chest was pierced by Mash's flick. Mash was still posed as if he was about to flick. He suddenly commented, saying he could imagine time stopping. Innocent Zero gradually weakened due to the damage he received from Mash, and he found himself pondering how he was defeated. Suddenly, he screamed and ran amok, insisting that it wouldn't happen. He then summoned Lucifer, the god of darkness, and immediately used his thirds. He used the darkness third's divine punishment, and Lucifer emerged. He shouted there, stating that he would destroy the entire world. Would Mash be able to fight him while saving the world? He claimed the answer was no, because he couldn't stand to risk the people around him. A massive darkness sphere emerged in the sky and Innocent Zero sent it crashing to the ground. As it fell, Innocent Zero screamed that this was the end. However, it seemed something was obstructing his sphere, and it began to crack slowly, causing him to wonder someone was suppressing his divine punishment, but who was it? Tom Knowles was then shown giving his all. He immediately spoke nonsense like whether Mash was hitting the moon and landing among the stars. Because of this, he was shocked. Brad Coleman also arrived there with his friends and said that Mash was going to be a hero, and because of that, he would have an easy life. Silva also arrived there with the crying child which he saved earlier in the story, as well as other magic users. He commented that it seemed that was what Mash meant by teamwork. Our hero's eyes widened there. Members of Magia Lupus also arrived to help. Olor said that they were happy to help Abel's friend. Answer then said that the real tragedy was sacrificing everything for the whims of one person only. Love, on the other hand, said that her dad told her it was okay to beat up the abusive. Worth said that Innocent Zero's ambition was worthless. Abyss was just stunned. Even Max and the others who were part of the selection exam helped there as well. Mash should let them help him. Even the guard whose uniform Mash ripped off came, and it seemed he still hadn't fixed his clothes. And he noticed that he was the most furious of them all. Kaldo arrived at his side and hoped that he wasn't being impertinent by calling them all. He said all of them were more than willing to help when they heard Mash's name, the people he fought against and the people he saved. When Mash turned around, he saw his father, Ryoh. Ryoh explained that he was afraid that because Mash had no magic, he wouldn't be accepted and loved by so many people. But Mash possesses the power of honesty and goodness, and because of this, Mash seemed touched. Ryoh gave Mash a head pat and said that our protagonist had grown up. Mash explained that he was only doing the things Ryoh had taught him, so he thanked him for that. Because of this, Ryoh and Brad were moved. Someone then shouted that they weren't the ones who's only helping. It turned out to be Lemon, and she said that all the people in the world regained their will to fight because of watching him. It was shown that all people were giving their best to stop Innocent Zero's attack. They were shouting that they would help Mash and accompany him. It also showed Wahlberg, Onii-Chan, and his female teacher. Meliadoul couldn't believe what was happening. She said that magic, which was designed to bring only conflict to the world, for the first time became a tool to unite them all thanks to one young boy. It was shown that all the people there were simultaneously giving all their magic to stop Innocent Zero's massive attack. Finn yelled, declaring that our hero was not alone. Everything they built, he said, would not be destroyed against the darkness they face. Lemon then said that Finn was right, and they were the strongest husband and wife duo. Mash then questioned what he just heard. Lemon seemed flustered and pointed out that she just wanted to remind Mash that she helped call the people there. Mash then said he was very grateful for that. Suddenly, Mash just stared in silence. Before long, while seeing all his friends fighting with their full power, he thanked them all. He was very happy that he met them all. And after that, Mash took off his robe and warmed up. He prepared to sprint and immediately ran fast towards Innocent Zero. While Innocent Zero was furious, he was saying that he would become immortal and achieve eternal life, and the world would be his. Because he was strong, and he was born as one of life's winners. He was special, so it's only natural that everything he wants is given to him. Did they think that when the weak unites, he would be defeated? He yelled that they were worthless to him as Mash approached. While in position, Mash told him that no one owns the world and none of them are special, and that's not a small thing. That is the power of everyone. Before long, Mash's powerful punch landed on Innocent Zero's face. That was his divine punishment. Because of that punch, Innocent Zero was knocked back, and he hit a building that went down with him. The ground where Innocent Zero skidded left a trail. Smoke came from Mash's fist. Innocent Zero was shown badly beaten with a large hole in his body. While gasping for breath and blood spouting, he said that no matter how bad things happened to him, he still had something left. He raised his wand and summoned Kronos, the god of time. Finn recognized that magic. Innocent Zero immediately used his thirds magic, Time's Thirds. Finn said that this magic is what defeated Wahlberg and Meliadoul. It's a power that can reverse time. Innocent Zero cast Time's Rewind, and a large clock appeared beginning to spin. Mash was sucked into the clock's whirlpool, and soon after, we returned to the time when Innocent Zero had just transformed. Mash was puzzled and commented that the feeling was familiar, almost like he was going back in time or something. Innocent Zero explained that he has the power to reverse time, and because of this, he said he could start over whenever he wanted to. He prepared to attack and shouted that he couldn't lose. Nevertheless, we abruptly returned to the present and Mash's knee landed on his face. While feeling the pain of Mash's attack, he was puzzled about what happened. As he struggled to stand, he said he would rewind time again and fight Mash from the time he transformed into his perfect self. The large clock spun again to reverse time. However, he was suddenly hit by Mash's Batista Bomb, which shattered the floor. Because of its force, Innocent Zero spat blood again, and he said it was impossible. In that case, he would reverse time and order all the Quintuplets to attack Mash, and the large clock spun again to rewind time, but it just resulted in a situation where the siblings are all beaten up while Mash was choking him. He kept rewinding time, but the outcome was always the same. He was repeatedly beaten by Mash. Innocent Zero said it was not not possible. No matter what he tried, he was always stopped by Mash. While Mash's fist was smoking, Innocent Zero was just kneeling. Our hero was just staring at him, and as he was thinking, Mash commented that he felt like he had just gone back to where he started. Innocent Zero thought to himself that immortality was pointless if it only meant an endless beating from Mash. As he vomited blood, he called Mash a monster. He said that the time stream where he is now is the best he could do. He said it reminded him of the days long gone by. He was just a child then. He said he didn't know what else magic could do. It was shown that it seemed Wahlberg saw him kill Adam. While explaining his backstory and showing a seemingly worried Wahlberg, it was abruptly cut off when Mash approached him and touched his head. Finn was shocked because Mash didn't even let him finish his backstory. As Innocent Zero was dying, Mash said that he would not show any sympathy for him. Finn made a comment there. Mash used full body magic, Galaxy Crash, and he German suplexed Innocent Zero. In the end, as he was falling to the ground, Innocent Zero was wondering how he lost to the magicless child Mash. We return to Innocent Zero's defeat in the hands of Mash. It was shown that he seemed to have returned to his previous form. The people there commented that it looked like Mash had defeated Innocent Zero. Suddenly, they noticed something in the sky, and when they looked, it was shown that Innocent Zero's third magic was still falling towards them. They thought they already stopped it, so because of that they panicked. Mash had supposedly defeated Innocent Zero, so why is it still falling? Innocent Zero explained that his thirst was special. They would continue even if he were to be defeated. That darkness, he said, would grow until everything was devoured by it. Now, the darkness in his spell would consume everything it touched, rendering Mash's physical strength pointless. Could he stop it, or would he sacrifice himself for the sake of the others? Our hero was supposed to give some sort of answer, and the people lost hope again and thought that this was the end. Suddenly, Mash commented that it seemed like they really needed to create their own happy endings. He disappeared beside Innocent Zero, startling him. Even the people were wondering where he had gone. Then they saw Mash in the mysterious mirror. He was shown on a seaside, getting ready to dive. Soon he immediately dived into the raging water. The people there were wondering what he was doing. Mash held on to the edge of the shore while swimming. Innocent Zero was utterly stunned. It seemed that Mash was only holding onto the ground while doing flutter kicks. Gradually, the flapping of Mash's feet intensified, and before long, it seemed that our protagonist had become a massive outboard engine. As Mash swam, it seemed as though the ground was shaking, and little by little, Finn noticed what Mash was doing. Mash was moving the entire continent to remove it from the endpoint of Innocent Zero's attack. Finn was extremely surprised and couldn't believe what Mash was doing. Suddenly, Lance spoke and seemed to recognize that move. That was the Continental Kickboard. Seriously, is it normal to even have a name for that? Finn was very puzzled about what it was. Finn seemed to have lost his mind, telling Lance that saying something seriously does not mean that it is true. Lance was the one who used to be serious among them. As Finn was utterly bewildered, Lance made a comment saying, what else does he want? That's the Continental Kickboard. And that's really what it is, because Mash was literally flapping his feet to propel the continent to evade the spell of Innocent Zero. Innocent Zero's gigantic attack had fallen, but fortunately, Mash had already moved the entire continent. After a brief silence, Finn couldn't hold back and yelled at Lance that his explanation doesn't make that thing any less nonsensical. The massive sphere finally fell into the water with incredible force, and because of its power, it triggered a huge tsunami. People there ran and said that they had avoided Innocent Zero's attack, but now there was a gigantic wave heading their way. Mash suddenly went to Innocent Zero and borrowed his wand. Innocent Zero was very puzzled as to why. He even wondered if Mash could use magic. But that was not important because you would need a tremendous amount of magic power to stop that tsunami. Mash went in front of the tsunami and positioned himself. Innocent Zero's eyes widened as Mash took a deep breath. Before long, Mash released a massive swing using Innocent Zero's wand. The wind from Mash's swing submerged in the massive wave, and it calmed the water. But before long, due to the impact's strength, it caused water to splash around. Innocent Zero was taken aback and his face seemed unreadable. He didn't know what to say about the move Mash had shown. He thought to himself that he had never seen anyone use the wand in that way. His face clearly showed his astonishment and bewilderment, and after the rain subsided, it resulted in a beautiful rainbow in the sky. With colors, of course, not this one. Finn and the others looked at it and commented on its beauty. As Mash was walking, something fell from the sky. A cute octopus landed on his head. Before long, when Mash arrived, all of our comrades shouted and said that our protagonist had succeeded in winning. Mash said that that seemed to be the end of it. Innocent Zero, on the other hand, laid down and wondered if Mash considered it a victory despite so many sacrifices. He was confused about that. The results of their fight was shown, and Mash admitted that Innocent Zero had a point. Mash then asked if Innocent Zero would restore what had been lost. Innocent Zero stared at him and eventually explained that he had done so many wrongs. What good deed could make up for that? And why should he be the one to do it? Mash stared at him but eventually explained that it wouldn't undo his actions or make them any less terrible. But if, in Innocent Zero's last 5 minutes, he realized he was wrong, wouldn't he agree that correcting mistakes is a good step forward? Innocent Zero could only stare and close his eyes. Before long, Innocent Zero prepared to use his wand and said that Mash is endlessly naive. He made his quest for power and eternal life seem like a joke. Innocent Zero raised his wand and used his times thirds return force. The ruined structures of the city returned to their original state. Even our comrades were revived due to the spell. Our divine visionaries who were badly beaten were also healed. Even the Quintuplets and other characters were revived. Even the man who had lost his family due to Innocent Zero had his family returned. The wounds of our protagonist also disappeared. Innocent Zero explained that unlike his other thirds, this thirds he used restores a person's time without disrupting the flow of time itself. Mash felt a beating in his chest, so he noticed that his heart had returned. Mash should not misunderstand the meaning of that deed. It's just that he no longer cares what happens next. While helping Innocent Zero stand, he said that what he did was good and he should repent next. He said he couldn't use magic but it seemed okay to him. Innocent Zero's eyes widened. As he left, Mash said he expected Innocent Zero to use his magic for good. And if he wanted to live a long life, Mash recommended that he exercise, maintain a balanced PFC, and eat a healthy diet. But that's not exactly what Innocent Zero's talking about, is he? Mash was greeted by his friends and began a victory dance. The friends were overjoyed and Wahlberg and Meliadoul came to visit their old friend Innocent Zero. When Finn was about to say that they would have lost if it wasn't for Mash, Mash disagreed. Mash explained that he may have the muscles, but he wouldn't have won alone. Finn and the others were touched by this. He said he was able to do it because of everyone who helped him. Our comrades were shown. Suddenly, Dot took the spotlight and claimed that he did 90% of the heavy lifting. Because of this, Mash stared, and before long he just left him and joined the others. As Mash moved away, called to watch the painful event unfold. He said, "All's well." In the next scene, it was shown that Innocent Zero and his children were arrested and peace was restored to the world. A few months later, a grand event was taking place. We are now in the Divine Visionary Induction Hall, and it was packed with so many people. Someone commented there that they couldn't say that they had a proper exam because of what happened, but everyone there knew who had done the most for their society that year. A person agreed and pointed out that it was a society that didn't give rights to non-magic users. It seemed like they would choose the least controversial person there. Suddenly, the host announced that the Divine Visionary Induction ceremony for that year was about to start. Blessed Minister started speaking and said that for that year's Divine Visionary selection, they looked at the exam results and extracurricular activities for a full evaluation. And now they saw that none of the participants were fully qualified to be a Divine Visionary that year, and people reacted. Suddenly, Bless said that nevertheless, there was one individual who gave everything and sacrificed to save their world repeatedly. So those in the ministry decided to circumvent tradition. And so even though it wasn't normal for the first time in history, they chose as the recipients of the god's divine sight a person without magic. They asked our protagonist Mash Burndead to come forward. When he came forward, it was revealed that it was Onii-Chan, so Bless was puzzled. Nere explained that Mash couldn't attend, but he did left a letter. Because of that, the people started gossiping, and they let Neri read it. These were the words of Mash. Hello everyone. I want to say that I'm very honored, but I think I might pass on this whole divine visionary thing. I've never been able to use magic. I did what I did because even those without magic ought to be able to live in peace. Just by receiving everyone's acknowledgement, I've reached my goal. Well, to be honest, I think everyone deserves that right. Those without magic, the sister-obsessed and the cowards, the unpopular kids and the delusional, the people who did some bad stuff, the rule-obsessed, and the narcissists, those who just want their parents' love or who care too much about strength, the backstabbers, and the bare-chested. If we all could live in peace, that'd be great. I'll let Lance handle the rest. He's got it together. Okay, so that's it. And that's where Mash's letter ended. People were so surprised and immediately started talking about it. Wahlberg, on the other hand, was delighted and started clapping. Even the other people there started clapping for Mash too. In the next scene, we went to Mash's house. Ryoh Burndead was reintroduced there. He was described as a chic and elegant 75-year-old. While explaining his morning routine, he suddenly heard a crashing sound. He sighed and shed tears. He was crying, saying he missed having this at home. It turned out that Mash had arrived and was apologizing. Ryoh joyously welcomed his son home, and Mash said he had finally returned. Ryoh asked if the door was broken on purpose, to which Mash denied. Later that day, it was shown that Finn had arrived and commented that the others were a bit late. Ryoh agreed and mentioned that Mash was excited to share his new recipe now that he had decided to pursue his dream of becoming a patissier. Mash approached them and said he had finished baking the cream puffs. He was sure the others would arrive soon. They were amazed and thought it looked delicious. Mash commented that, well, he plans to become a pro. While there was a shadow behind him, he asked if they heard a third person. Lemon was suddenly revealed behind him, looking insane. Mash asked her when did she get there. Lemon explained that they were already cohabitating, and she had been living in their ceiling for a month already. Mash asked if that's really cohabitating, to which Lemon responded that since he's her fiancé, yes. Then suddenly something was crawling into their house like a monster. It turned out to be Dot, who seemed to have turned into an animal. Lemon explained that's what happens to those consumed by jealousy. Dot apparently wanted a girlfriend. Suddenly someone said they had arrived. It turned out to be Lance and he was with a young girl, which surprised Mash. And with a bright aura, the child introduced herself as Anna Crown. The three friends were staring, and eventually they exclaimed, "Kidnapper!" They screamed that Lance was a kidnapper. Mash couldn't believe that Lance would go that far. Lemon was saying that pedophiles are a filth of the world, and being handsome is no excuse. Dot was shouting, "Criminal! Criminal!" Lance then explained that she was his actual sister. "Oh, I see," said Mash, while Dot assumed all of this was some kind of delusion. Lemon stated that Lance still gave off criminal vibes. "What did you say?" asked Lance. Anna thanked them for taking care of her brother. Mash commented that she was very polite. Lance explained that her magical power returned when they fought Epidem. He suddenly saw Dot offering Anna a cream puff while telling her that she didn't need to bow to them. Lance quickly took the offered cream puff with a fierce look in his eyes. He yelled at Dot and told him not to touch Anna. He told him not to touch Anna with his dirty hands, full of teenage horniness. He claimed Dot's very existence was disgusting. Because of this, Dot got irritated and the best friends started arguing. While this was happening, our other comrades were already eating cream puffs. Ryoh, Wahlberg, and Rayne arrived as well. Finn and Mash were delighted by their arrival. Ryoh wanted to start by thanking Mash. He then revealed that he was looking at a mirror while talking to Mash. Mash was weirded out as Rayne explained that he should forgive him because he is too attracted to any mirror he sees. As Rayne was about to speak, he heard a rabbit outside and immediately ran after it. Mash commented that everyone there was weird. Wahlberg spoke and said that in the name of the magical world, let him say thank you to our hero for saving the world. Mash responded, "Okay," with feelings. Wahlberg explained that even Orter Madl was pleased with what he did. Brad Coleman then arrived with a poker face. Suddenly, he acted cute and explained that Mash knew it was his idea to become the Divine Visionary, and they had a deal about money and so on and so. Mash then gave him a cream puff, which left him puzzled. Suddenly, Mash began to explain that he was planning to open his own bakery in the future, where he would serve delicious cream puffs with a crispy cookie crust and custard filling. He stated that it was his own recipe and it was very delicious. Brad was confused, but Mash just kept repeating what he said. Because of this, Brad thought that Mash was implying that the cream puff would settle the matter. Did Mash want him to forget their deal in exchange for a dessert? Mash repeated his explanation again, prompting Brad to insist he should stop repeating it. Then suddenly, Mash smiled and said it was an honor for Brad to taste his cream puff. Eventually, Brad reluctantly accepted what Mash wanted to happen, and teary-eyed, he just ate the offered cream puff. And thus, Mash Burnded was chosen as the first Magicless Divine Visionary in the magic world. He managed to improve everyone's life without using magic. And as time passed, the hatred and discrimination against those without magic eventually disappeared. Mash and our comrades managed to survive many more trials and adventures, and in the end, they lived happily and peacefully. And that's the end of this video, and the end of the exciting story of Mash in a world full of magic. I hope that you liked this series, and I also hope that you had a great time spending hours joining Mash in his journey in a world filled with magic. We may already have a happy ending with Mashle, but we still have a lot of other anime and manga stories left to cover, so don't forget to like and subscribe to stay updated on upcoming amazing anime and manga stories. See you next time, guys!